Well, hello and welcome to another creative discourse. Today it's really dark and it's actually started to snow just right now. I'm looking out of the window. So everything that I had planned for you today, it went straight out of a window into a trash can, hopefully, because I don't want to litter. And I had to switch very quickly to a digital painting. So yeah, that's why I'm getting a little creative with these with these introductions of all the texts underneath the videos. So this is even worse, bad painting Friday than usual, plus digital edition. So it's gonna be, I don't even know. It's gonna be fun. That's what I have to say. This is gonna be fun. Probably more for you than for me. It's going to be definitely. It might be frustrating. I don't even know. I wanna get surprised. I again want to step outside of my comfort zone because, like I said, this is creative discourse or discourse about creativity, and I think that it's really it's difficult to to explore new things if you're still stuck with the same medium, with the same brush that you always use, and drinking the same tea all the time. This is probably my biggest pet peeve here. Drinking a lot of tea, and I'm trying to mix it up a little bit. So I go to my local what would you call it? A retailer? I don't think that you can say that for tea, but a local small, locally owned shop that I know them for since I was 13 or 14. I started to go to that place and drink tea there. So a very long time. And I'm trying to mix it up as well with tea. So I was just experimenting with the different flavors. Some of them pretty cool. Some of them is just going to stay here, and probably I'm going to offer them to guests. So you you are more than welcome to come and hang out. It's definitely you're gonna have some tea that I don't like. That's what you can expect here in this asylum atelier. So as you can see, I have a good mood because why shouldn't I? It's another day in the atelier. Snow is falling down slowly, so hopefully mountains are going to be covered with snow, fresh powder. It's going to be awesome during the weekend. So I'm looking forward to that. Perhaps I will finally take out some skiing or ski touring or ski alpinistic accessories from my storage, and I can just maybe go for a little tour through the mountains. But that's for a weekend. Today we're gonna just experiment with the digital painting, and as you can see, I set up. I have just a little small window there. Yeah, it's not even a window. It's just something that I created as like a tone paper. And the reason why I want to use tone paper today, it is, well, I think it's very difficult to just start drawing on the white canvas or blank canvas for that matter. It's white, it could be transparent, it doesn't really matter. It's just when we think about classical painting, we usually start with the white canvas and then we have multiple options what to do with them. So since I am mostly classically trained, I like to take advantage of certain things that I learned from classical painting, which might seem, and actually they might be very clunky when it comes to digital. I'm not that good with the shortcuts on the keyboard, but you know, since I use most of the time only one layer, unless it's some kind of a project that, you know, I'm preparing for someone else, where, you know, if they ask me to change the colors, I definitely think about layers in that particular case, or designing something, you know, logos, for example, or I don't know, characters, or objects that, you know, they might be used commercially, and I have some adjustments to do. I'm just trying to figure it out, how to talk digital, how to, you know, it's just I'm trying to switch because I was so excited that I'm going to paint, and everything is set up for painting, and then, like I said, weather decided that nope, you either not going to stream or you're going to do something digital. So I'm trying to, you know, think digitally right now. It's not my brain is not braining yet, but it's getting there. I need to warm up. So like I said, I work on only on one layer, maybe two sometimes, and it's only because sometimes I feel that I'm on the right track and I want to try something completely different, and, you know, go completely different direction. So that might be the time when I really, okay, this is maybe the point that I want to experiment a little bit more. And usually the second layer would be when I'm experimenting, not necessarily with painting, but the different tools, because that's something that it's also, you know, I think extremely important when it comes to these digital softwares, that there is a lot of tools that are extremely useful, and they can be used very creative way. And I saw a couple, even maybe a couple of you using it already, like a different, you know, selection tools, and then, you know, lassos, and so on and so forth, smudge tool, or liquify, and galleries, filter galleries, and so on and so forth. So that's something that is definitely useful. However, I think that when it comes down to all of these tools that you have in your disposal, most of these things that you can actually supplement for being really good when it comes to painting. That's because, you know, I mean, if you know exactly what shape you want to paint in, and when we work old school analog with the actual oil paint, I don't have a selection tool, so I actually have to fit the shape and the value and saturation or opacity in one go. So these are helpers. These tools supposed to help you to get to your final result quicker. I don't think that they were meant to work as a shortcuts. And again, I'm not saying that you cannot use them. Oh, please, by all means, do it, because I know that you can create awesome art by using these. And I would never even think about stopping you or saying that that's cheating or anything like that. No, it's just it always comes down to a really good composition and really good understanding how to communicate visually. And I think that that's something that needs to be addressed. I don't know if that's a proper way to say it, but there's something that I think that we struggle a lot. And I say we, that's something that I struggle a lot, and it's mostly because since I was really small, I think it was 5 or 6 years old, in the school and then in preschool, we learn how to use words and how to write properly whether it's the correct symbols, which is alphabet, or correct grammar, and I feel that kind of interfere with our way of expressing ourselves, because when you train one particular skill over and over and over again every day in the school, and then you're using it every day in the school while you're communicating, of course you're going to get better. Of course your brain is going to reach for this kind of a thought to text quicker and easier and way more efficient than with painting. Because when you really think about it, when was the last time did you, I know that we're mostly painters and artists in general here, but when you think about in the general public, and when you think about the school and school system, I don't think that visual arts are well, I don't want to say that they're not important. They're very important. Also for the schools, they're trying to implement these things, the creativity. But what I'm trying to say, the amount of drill that you have when it comes to reading and writing, it's incrementally, it's exponentially higher than art and visual communication, right? And understandably, because you have to use language, you have to use writing if you want to communicate with someone. It's like old school letters, if you still use quills and ink, or you use email, so it's the same idea. You're communicating words or thoughts rather, but the tool, it doesn't really matter what tool you use. And I think the same way with painting. Every one of my paintings starts with the idea, but lately, and by lately I mean, it has been a few years, but I say lately because I'm still new to this, and it's still some kind of, it's that frontier that I talked about so many times. It's that frontier when I really, where I'm really that's the limitation of my brain. That's limitation in terms of, this is as far as I got with understanding of what's happening in my brain. And since I'm talking about that visual expression and visual communication, I am somewhere like in the middle of this idea that, when you have a thought in your brain, something that you want to communicate, the first thing that comes to mind, or first tool that comes to mind, is write it down on the paper. And that's why I suggested you multiple times that if you have some idea and you are new to painting, write it down. Write it down for yourself, the full idea. Maybe, spend 5, 10, half an hour. I don't know how many hours do you need to write down your ideas. If it's long, if it's complex, it's going to be easier for you to not only think with the written words, but also record them, right? That means write it down. And then when you see it written, you can start actually correcting it as a text and refining that idea. The same thing it's we applying for painting, except if you struggle with that, with the skill that I have right now, let's say with digital, compared to some professional digital artist, it means that it's way more difficult for me to use interface of a software than communicate visually with you, right? So if I'm writing a text, if I'm not familiar with interface, which oil paint would be in the case of traditional medium, if I'm really struggling with brushes, and even I can talk about my own experience. Just cleaning the brushes was a endeavor on its own. So if you can get rid of this complication in already complicated equation, it's going to be easier for you to solve some of the problems, at least ideas, when it's written on the paper, right? So I would often start with a thought, then I would write it down, and then I would redact things that are not really understandable. Then I would share this thought with fellow artists, with fellow students or classmates at that time, with masters that I trusted their opinion, and we would discuss it theoretically. I would make a note, and then I would try to translate already kind of a concrete idea onto paper visually, which means that I kind of, it seems that I made one more step, which prolonged a time that I need to finish a painting. But I was that's just a first thought. But then when you really think about it, oh, if I'm going to have a problems with pigments, application of a pigment, making adjustments, then I'm not familiar with different brushes, different mediums. You're going to spend enormous amount of time learning how to paint on top of learning how to compose properly. Plus, it's going to cost you a lot of money. That's why they suggest you to start with just the charcoal and paper, because that's very easy, very straightforward. And I would move from a written text to the standardized A4 size of a paper, which is this size as well. It's an A4, and I would do like small sketches, kind of like this, and I'm pointing on my screen like it's a canvas, and the camera is on the other side, so you can see it. This is how deep I am in the painting, and how deep I was set up for painting. I'm not even realizing that if I point, look, this what I mean. You can't see it. So I would move from written text to a really, and not charcoal. I used graphite pencils because long time ago I was kind of opposed to charcoal. I don't know why. I felt that charcoal it's too messy, too smudgy, too difficult to control, and not difficult to control. It's less precise. Let me put it that way, less precise. And I thought that if I'm going to master every little detail, every little pixel, or every little small, adjustments with like a technical pencils and shade it or hatch it or turn the form properly, that's where the master is. Unfortunately, for me, that's not where the master is. And I'm not saying that if you like to do that it's just by all means, please go for it, because some of these photorealistic drawings are pretty cool. But it wasn't for it. It's not for me these days. I really like more painterly, more fresh, more expressive type of painting. Brush bravura and like moving the pigments and leaving the textures and playing with textures and so on and so forth. I don't want to go into classical painting again, because this is digital. And it's really difficult to reproduce on canvas. Actually, you can reproduce those effects, but you cannot reproduce the feeling of applying it, right? So, because this is all a hard surface, and I can't really interact with that hard surface the way that I can interact with living materials, right? Or not living, they're not alive, but with actual physical materials. So here, most of the time, only my visual senses are working, but when I paint, I can smell the paint, I can feel the texture of the paint, I can feel the brushes. And even when I'm buying brushes, this might sound strange for someone, I always have to touch them, and I have to touch the bristles. I have to get like a small canvas, and I'm pressing and moving, and I have to see how the bristles rotate because I know I like a certain a spring to a or stiffness rather into my bristles. So I'm kind of very much into these things, and that's when it comes to like really when you really want to go with a certain brush applications. The good example would be I like household brushes for that reason, because they tend to be stiffer and a little bit more like a like heavy duty. And when you use heavy duty canvases and so on and so forth, again, I'm in the painting. This is how much I want to oil paint. This is how much I wanted to oil paint today and yesterday and tomorrow, and I can't. Or actually I could, but it wouldn't be beneficial. So anyway, back to what I was talking about, the creative process of thinking. So I would then write it into small, draw like a small kind of a storyboard of different variations and positions, and then I would realize that, oh, I'm just drawing figures. This is a comic book. This is not a composing. And I mentioned last time Brian Apthorpe, awesome guy. I mean, seriously, when it comes to composition and patience to explain to even a minute detail to you. I think that's one of the best educators that I've ever had the pleasure experience. And then I started to think about composition formally and extremely abstractly, which was really difficult. And then a switch happened, and I mentioned that I was first writing it. Right now, I don't write down, because at one point, writing it down felt like a translation of a visual image, which at the beginning was extremely important. These days, when I think and when I'm trying to talk, or when I'm trying to communicate visually, I don't think with words, I think with pictures. The good example would be, for those of you, English is not my first language, and I think that's when it all kind of made sense. English is not my first nor second language, but it's like the one that was really impactful or influential for me to learn, because a lot of doors opened to me when it comes to education, the books and articles and videos and so on and so forth. And I realized that to that point, I was trying to translate. I was trying to translate the idea from my native language to English, which you will know if you use a foreign language, or English as your second language. You would know that that's not how it works. So what happened to me, I went to United States. I studied in United States, and I was exposed to English to the degree that that there are words, especially when it comes to art, that I cannot translate into Slovakian language, because I don't have that higher professional education, and I don't know these terms. So it happens that instead of me trying to translate something from my mother tongue into English, switch to, oh, my brain thinks in English. And that's probably the closest that I can get trying to explain that a switch from writing it down, because I practice writing so much of my ideas, to actually visually thinking about these things. And again, it's because of that exploration, it's because of that constant, how would I put this, constant repetition when it comes to English, constant repetition of words, hearing them outside, hearing them in the grocery store, in the school, at the academy, at the university, in English as a second language school, and so on and so forth. And it was so. At one point, they say that you start dreaming in English, and that happens, even if you're not exposed English that much. But I really, even right now, when I write, when I compose, when I talk, at this point, a funny thing is that I always compose everything in English, even when it's supposed to be any other language. And then I'm trying to, correct it in let's say in my mother tongue. And it's because my brain is set up to work visually. So I see images first, and then I try to put the words to these images, and then translate it to a language that I need to use, which is I think that's what unlock another level for you in terms of creating a solid compositions. And not only solid compositions, they're not always going to work because that's the nature of a composition, but you're going to be able to quickly and efficiently, adjust to problems with your composition visually, rather than just coming back to step one to to drawing board. No no pun intended, but to start from point one. And I really wanted to share this with you because I'm still doing this. I'm going through hundreds of pictures daily, thousands perhaps, and that's when I'm just looking for some nice visual representation and something that interests me and inspires me to do something maybe similar or maybe improve upon that, or whatever the reason is. But then I also go back to a Rembrandt over and over again. There is no day when I wouldn't open a book of Rembrandt, or I don't know, I have Velasquez or Caravaggio, you see him there, or Tiepolo behind me, or in the shelves right next to me. So I'm building up this same way as we build up the understanding of how to write letters and how to read quickly because of the repetition. The same way I build up that library of visual imagery, and I kind of trying to recall these from my own personal library that it's in my head, and this is not the only way how to do that. This is one of the ways, and this is the one that suits me the best. That's what I'm trying to say. The very, very long way. Anyway, so that's the introduction that took me more than half an hour. But I really wanted to share this because it's a part of the thing that I want to do today. Again, I don't know what I just put down the tone paper, and the reason why I put down that tone paper, the little piece right there on the canvas, this one. Where's my this one? This is what I'm talking about. The reason why I put it down there is truly only because I didn't want it to have just a white blank piece of canvas while I was setting up, looking for a microphone and making sure that all the stream and all the platforms are running, because yesterday I ran into problems with the Twitch. So yeah, and I'm forgetting reading the comments. I'm sorry. Okay, and I'm going to read it out loud. I can kind of relate. American Sign Language is actually my mother language, or mother tongue. Well, English is my second language. Now I'm learning Dutch. Started dreaming in Dutch a few times. That was cool. back to point, I get what you're saying about translating visual images and so on. Yes, yes, and you see, this is your experience as well. And well, here's something that I didn't know. There is a American Sign Language. I didn't know that. Isn't it like a? And this is gonna sound so stupid. I'm sorry, ignorant. Not even stupid, ignorant. I'm sorry. There is multiple sign languages in the different regions. I shouldn't even say this out loud. I should have Googled this. This is just, wow, how can I be so ignorant? Yes, multiple sign languages, okay. Just like spoken languages. I didn't know, okay. So do you mind me asking, do you mind me asking these questions? Is it okay? Perfect, thank you. Because, so is it similar as with English language, that it's one sign language which is dominant across, sign languages? You only judge my art? Okay, all right, well, that might be even worse then. You're not helping. Oh, God. Oh, boy. So it's not, I have 2 teas today, one on the go if I'm moving around because I wanted to paint and hold a to-go cup, and one stationary. So I can switch flavors. These are both teas, by the way. Okay, let me just undo this and so. And what I'm doing right now, I'm just going to scale this toned paper. And I did this toned paper myself. It's just something that, I did in the Photoshop using some filter galleries and, some warmish tones. And you can see that it's very similar to what I usually do when it comes to regular painting. These are very, very, very similar. So, and I made a bunch of different ones, but this one is the one that I like right now. So I'm setting up the first layer. Let's see what's happening here. Cool. Just a testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. So what brush are we going to use today? Some crazy ones? This one is crazy. Not bad. Okay, so you don't know either what to do. That makes 2 of us. But here's the thing. I know that I wanted to work on some portraits. I know I wanted to work on some adjustments when it comes to my actual painting. So perhaps we could do that, or remember I was talking about that I might do some other paintings. Maybe we can do portrait digitally. I don't think I've ever did a stream where I painted portrait. I don't know if I've ever done that. I'm thinking right now. Probably not. Most likely not. And you could go digitally as well. Yeah, that would be awesome. It would be super cool if you can join me with the digital painting as well, and maybe we can combine some ideas and see what's up. Maybe you can give me some pointers about how to work digitally a little better, because I'm just gonna go old school. I'm just going to be painting, and then I'll switch the pigment, and I'll just paint this, and then I don't like that, so let me just go back to this. And that's what I would do. I would just this is me painting digitally. So it's it's no difference than working with the regular working with a regular. I'm sorry. What is happening? Okay. Deselect. Okay. Oh. Oh. All right. So I'm back. So maybe I could do some. Maybe I could do some. Maybe I could do a study of that portrait that I need for the guy that I started yesterday. The right side, the one that is holding that icon. So maybe we could. Maybe I could go and switch vertical perhaps. Let me try some options so I have something to work with, because I'm really not that I'm not sure. What have I done? What am I doing? Okay. It works if we do that. Okay, so maybe let me let me think. Do I have some? I didn't take a picture of that painting, so am I going to go back and forth with my head like this, trying to fit it in? Or am I just going to start a completely new one and just, I'm having fun? Perhaps. Let me see. Or we can maybe just freestyle it. What do you think? What's happening? Why my keyboard doesn't work? What? Why is my keyboard not working? I mean, this is going to be extremely annoying. What happened? If the batteries in my keyboard died, I'm gonna get seriously angry. Yeah, my keyboard is not working. What is happening today? So are you... Is my computer trying to tell me that I cannot use keyboard today? I don't have spare batteries. Seriously? This is how... Yeah. Okay, so what's the edit undo? Okay, so this is what I'm... Okay, so there is no Control Z, there's no nothing. I can't even switch between... so I was talking about the shortcuts, and yes, you're absolutely right. No keyboard, no undo challenge, but that's not only undo challenge, that's like switching between. Okay, all right, so let's do this. My keyboard is not working. I'm just gonna put it here on the side, you can see it. And let's do this. But I don't know, okay, all right, let's do this. I'm pumped right now. Something is missing in my hand here. All right, so. File. This is gonna be even worse than I thought. Okay. All right. I'm gonna use this brush, undo brush tool, and I'm just gonna work with this one. Is this going to be enough? Okay, yeah. So let me start with that simple idea of positioning right now the head. And I was thinking that perhaps I could, where would I locate that shape? Let me make the brush size bigger. And I'm thinking that, so let's do, I'm thinking about the size. Am I going to copy the whole thing, or am I going to just crop that? Maybe I could crop it. Okay, so I'm just gonna crop the face, and I'm just gonna paint the face that I want there. So it would be somewhere here. I don't know if compositionally this works. How do I zoom out without without the keyboard? Okay, well, anyway. I cannot rotate, I cannot, okay, this is gonna be, okay, go to edit, toolbar, drag the undo button, okay, edit. You see, I have some cool people here. I knew that this is gonna be fun. Toolbar. Oh wow, this is a completely new thing for me. This is going to be fun. For all of you who where do I find it? Smudge, pen, rotate. Rotate. Okay, all right, so let's do this. Okay, so thank you for the helpful info. That's gonna get me started. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's put it here. Let's see, since I cannot use undo buttons anyway, let's just let me just feel through this, and I'm gonna, again, you remember, for those of you who like to draw with lines, and when I say lines, oh, cool, so I can switch to this, perfect. So I talked about let's say a shape, so this, I'm gonna call this a shape. What I don't want to do is create this shape and then color it in between the lines like this. I don't want to do this. Rather, I want to immediately think about that shape and try to get it at once, compositionally, because I don't want to get into a situation that I'm thinking literally, because if I were to use a lines and draw a portrait or a person, right? So I'm thinking about, oh, he has to have eyes. It's he, by the way. I'm making him he. He has to have mouth, and then I probably need fingers, right? Here's a little too, or character needs shoes. It can't be barefoot, right? So that would be my character design. I need to rig it right now and 3D model it, and I have a first character. So I would think too literally about the composition. I placed this with lines, but I am thinking strictly in terms of a shape of my head, not about anything else. And if you watch some of my previous videos, or you have been part of the stream, I talked about this a lot. That if there is something that caused a lot of problems when it comes to my transition between painting and drawing, was that I was told that painting is just a drawing with a color. I don't think I can agree with that, and I don't really use that terminology, only because I think that painting is completely different thing than drawing, except that if you know how to draw very well, you have better control over your muscle memory, and you can better control the understanding of a shape, right? So let me just bring a different layer. That means that if you don't know how to draw, you're probably going to have a problem draw a perfect square, or circle, or then thinking about ellipses around the circle, right? Or thinking about three-dimensional parts of this object. And instead of, for me, drawing like this, I'm thinking more in terms of, oh, it's a cube, therefore it has to have top side, it has to have a side as well. So this is how I think about the cube, and it's just really it's not really a good representation right now of a cube. But let's say that I'll change the color or value, it doesn't really matter, and I decide that I'm going to show you that this is cube by simply placing a value next to it. And suddenly, as I am going to develop this, you might start seeing a different shape. Then I would decide, oh, there is a little bit of a there is a little bit of that shape that I'm looking for, more like this, and suddenly you're starting to see a cube rather than just an L shape. So this would be like very rudimentary, very basic, very principal, very fundamental idea of me looking at shapes and then translating them. So as I was talking about before, that you have writing, that would be stage one. Oops, no undo button. So let me just go darker and smaller. So there will be a first step, which would be that idea, and then I would go to a second stage, which would be just writing it down on the paper and refining it, and then going into a line drawing of a cube. And if you practice these so many times, then you automatically go to this stage as well. And then you're gonna be like, oh, why do I go all these steps? Why can I not go from idea to this immediately? That's something that helped me tremendously to to move faster to a result. Unfortunately, this is very simple idea, extremely simple idea. It means so simple that you can imagine this in your brain with no problems. But if you think about, I don't know, I have multiple figures, right? And I'm gonna represent just multiple portraits rather, right? Then I want some overlaps. I want somebody to be taller, somebody to be shorter, right? Some other person is going to be left, some other is on the right. I cannot immediately generate this this result out of my head. That's something that I'm not capable yet. There are some artists that really have an incredible power, and one comes to mind. I think his name was a Korean artist. He died, he passed away unfortunately a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Kim Jong-ji. You have to double check me on that, or I should probably Google him. but I don't have a keyboard, so I can't Google it. I can't even type his name. Kim Jong-ji. Okay, all right. So I was right. So I met him. We interact a couple times, and I went to I talked to him, and he mentioned this multiple times in his videos and countless interviews, that his process is sitting down and just going through the pictures and memorizing them visually, right? So when he sees a picture of a building, he is trying to memorize, oh, this is the angle of, this is the height shape. Then he's thinking about the angles when it comes to perspective, and he starts from the corner, and then he developed the whole painting, which is awesome idea as a awesome idea, which is awesome, or incredible achievement when it comes to memorization of objects and having that library, the asset of yes, building a visual library. Yeah, I was working with a Blender, so I have an asset library in my head. So you have an asset library in your head with not only objects, but also objects in perspective, and also when you have them in a perspective, you can start recalling these pictures, and then quickly put them down. What I found as a little bit more challenging, it's recalling all this from memory in color, and color harmonize it. That's something that I am not even, I don't want to even start. I just, I'm not there, and I don't know, I don't remember seeing him. You might correct me on this. I don't think I see him doing this in color, because that's just something, that's so many combinations. That's, and I'm switching from drawing, digital drawing or digital painting to Blender to chess right now. It's so many combinations. I cannot simply analyze all these positions for the objects in three-dimensional space, right? Because it's a cube. It has what is it in Blender? It's Z is a top, and it's X and Y, right? So, and then they meet in the center. So it's very difficult for me to visualize this cube and the proper rotation in the space in color. I can do everything except the color. And the reason why is it because a color is such a specific thing, and it's always influenced by so many other elements around, right? We know that we have a reflected light. We also know that we have that, very famous sky dome that that gives the kind of a blue sheen from everywhere when we're talking about, painting outside or thinking about something outside. Then we have Baroque, where we have a candlelight, and everything was lit by a candlelight. So imagine that you had like this small candle right here, and then the whole scene was lit by that one candle, which was completely imaginary. There is no way, and you can test this at home, and I strongly encourage you to do that. Turn off all the lights, be careful because you're using open fire, right? And lit the candle, and try to imagine that Caravaggio was illuminating the whole room with this one candle as a light source. It simply doesn't work that way. But if you can imagine that I have a light source from this side, I know that this is going to be in the shadow, and also this is going to be in the shadow. That's very difficult lighting condition, because usually we are used to go with these three-quarter light that we like to use so much with these examples. Then we have a shadow in the background, right? So this would be a shadow, this would be a shadow, and how would I do this? Oh, I can use eraser. Wow, cool. And this would be a lit side of a cube, right? And we all know this. I don't want to really spend that much time with this because this is not that big of a problem. So let me just make this darker. right? So this is not that difficult to think about, but this is just a plain cube. You can do the same thing with a sphere, right? And then we all know that I've seen this so many times that I don't even want to show it anymore. So don't look at this. Just don't look at this. But just illustrate that this is not that difficult. What I want you to point out that to correct this, the cube that I had here, and there's like a color picker somewhere here there it is. And then I switch to brush. So if I were to do this even better, I would think about this shape, right? So that automatically would give me some kind of a clue that there is somewhere here along this region has to be some kind of a lightning source, right? So this is just this is not even an explanation. This is maybe more a thought process behind this. And since I don't have a keyboard, so I cannot undo, I'm going to think about this. And again, right now I'm going to recall from the visual library. So let me get another layer. When we think about portrait, there are certain shapes that are pretty convincing when it comes to painting, right? The first that comes into mind, it might be that little shadow under the nose, right? And then you can just start thinking about eyes and where they probably would be, but I'm not thinking about, oh, there is an eye right here and there is a eyelid right here. I'm thinking about designing a shape of a shadow or halftone, or if we talk about Frank Miller, that I mentioned multiple times, about pleasing combination of light or white and black, because he worked predominantly with white and black, and he was not thinking about shadows, he was thinking about the graphic shape, and he was designing pleasing graphic shapes as a whole, rather than just, oh, I know that this is a construction of a head, and then I should have like a line right here somewhere, then let's do this space, it's going to be from other side as well, and then halfway through somewhere here, when we take the length, right, halfway through here, we have a point then, or I think that there was a, what is it? Is it with the sphere? I think it's with thirds. So that's a third. There is a third, and then let's do this. Let's do this, and I have 1, 2, 3. Okay, I can't erase it. I can't Control Z. It's just it's a fun thing. So it will be thirds, and then we learn that on those thirds, this is going to be like a hairline. This is going to be bottom. It's going to be a jaw right here, and then you can slowly construct face. I'm sorry, I'm thinking. All right, so these are all valid things. All this measurements and divisions and positions and everything that goes with it, I am trying to picture it and not paint it in. Right? So here I made just the adjustment for me only to know which direction I want to go with my with things that are symmetrical horizontally. And right now I'm going to assign myself, let's say, a vertical somewhere right here. The reason why I'm doing this is to show you the thought process behind it. How there's a question here. I'm sorry, I was so into drawing and listening to myself and talking. Let me read your question. How important do you think it is to learn a construction method like Loomis for drawing the head before being able to go straight into painting head? Well, Loomis is one, then you have Riley method, then you have a classical kind of a Renaissance where Leonardo da Vinci is dividing them into. There is plenty of different methods how to construct the head. I don't think that there is necessarily a rule for, or timestamp or time limit on where you can go to construct the head. I think that being able to construct a very simple rudimentary head, it's not as difficult, even for beginners. It's just, well, let's think about this. I mean, can you think about a head, let's say, and Loomis does this a lot. I think I have somewhere Loomis here in the books. I can then maybe bring it. Or let me just maybe, I don't have a keyboard. So I can't really type anything. But if I remember correctly, a lot of Loomis sketches started with a understanding of position and direction. Where do you want to have face, right? So if I'm not mistaken, he has these exercises where you draw just a simple circle, and then you wireframe the circle, right? So I make a ellipse, and then direction of where that head is looking. And I think that there was a lot of exercises in Loomis text when he was doing only this, and this would give him a position up. There is these two are basically a cubes, and you can see this everywhere. This is just you can see these as a cubes, and you will assume that the direction is going this way because we see this as a side plane. All right, side plane, just slightly darker. It would be in a circle, it would be like so perhaps. And this one next to it, so let's call this one, oops. Maybe I should switch between two brushes. I'm going to have just a regular hard brush. So this one's going to be a number 1, and this is cube A, and I'm going to have a number 2 and a cube B. And the cube B would be, again, in perspective, but I am looking up this direction. Therefore, I see a bottom plane, and I'll also have a side plane and the front plane. So this is a front plane, this is a side plane, and this is a bottom plane, right? And you can describe these with cubes and with the circles. I honestly don't think that this has anything to do with drawing. This has everything to do with your spatial awareness, right? Because there is no problem to think two-dimensionally on two-dimensional surface, right? This is square, well, squarish. But the moment when we start thinking three-dimensional, that means that I have a x and z. No, I'm sorry. It's a x and z, which is up and down, left and right. But then I also have y-axis that goes into a space, into a third dimension, right? So that's when things start to be complicated. But I would say the first thing for you to move forward, it's understand these things. If you want to work with the characters that you paint from your own imagination or draw. If you want to draw from life and you want to do portraits from life, the easiest thing to do is look at what it's in front of you and then copy it. And if you want to go that step, or if you want to move even forward with this and do what I do here and just having fun and not being afraid that you're going to this is after all bad painting Friday. And you're not afraid and you don't feel the pressure of people looking at you, then you can combine these two things and do whatever you want. And the more exploration you do, the more ideas that you can throw on the paper, the easier it's going to be. the pressure of making mistakes is right now, and that's what's happening to me. It's holding me back more than anything else. And I don't even have a keyboard right now. This is it's crazy. But let's do, oops. Okay, well, I already did the line. There's no coming back. Is this the brush that yes. So I'm gonna continue with this, just thinking that perhaps there would be shape right here, and I could put shape here. I'm looking at the sketch that I have, because there is a painting right there behind me that I'm working on, and I want the head in a specific position, and I was laying down some pigments and colors and some shapes just for fun, and I wasn't really sure how to position that head. So what I'm trying to do here is to really get some kind of a better understanding where it should be. And I'm not doing anything else, I'm just playing with shapes, and these shapes also resemble somewhat, at this point, because I don't really care, somewhat face. Maybe it will at the end, I don't know yet. So this is where the nose would be. And my head supposed to look towards this direction. And I cannot erase it. I will undo this. I'm sorry, undo this. It's looking that direction. So, and I wanted to have it slightly with an angle, right? This is the, oops, that's a little too little. So this is the angle that I want to have, right? So it's slightly, it has a, what is this? This is tilt? No. Is this tilt? This is rotation. This is tilt. And this is what? I'm thinking right now how to say it. There is a rotation, there is tilt, and there's up and down. Okay, so he's looking slightly up, and he has a slight tilt. So that would be probably from, this is how it would look if what I'm going to draw right now, something like this. Not necessarily exactly, because I can't see myself. Yeah, perhaps a little bit more, a little less of the eye right here. Yeah, so that's where I am. But I think that you are pretty okay with just having fun with drawing whatever you please. And this is mostly like even this course, paint alongside with me and just have fun with it. Just experiment. There is no one that is looking at you. There is no one that is going to judge you. And I think that that's something that held me so back when I felt that maybe that I need to start doing these Bad Painting Fridays streams, because it's just so much of unnecessary pressure that I built, that I created. I pushed myself into a space where I cannot really think of what I want to paint, and I was more thinking about what other people want to see me painting. So, and I know that it was really not necessarily damaging, but it was difficult for me to get away from that. And I know that I'm not the only one who has this problem. So, yeah. So that will be probably where the hair is going to be, or actually, probably there's going to be where that this way, and then there's the bottom of a chin. And a little bit more of the backspace right here. I'm thinking it wouldn't be better compositionally if I have this, but I have it horizontal orientation rather than portrait. You know what I mean? Because if I turn it this way, it almost feels like I have a more space to work with. But then it's going to be difficult to put the the neck there. Let's move it back. I'm not doing laps around the room. Could you elaborate on this? I don't know what you mean by that. Could you be more specific, please? Well, I'm going to. You can, yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah. I can't step back. Yeah. Yeah, so that means that I have to do some exercise today. No, let me just make it a little smaller. And you can see that even the brush that I'm using, and that's something that you might want to experiment as well, because a normal idea, or classically, when you just approach something, you would probably go and grab a good old soft brush like this guy. Yeah, that would be probably the best idea. But I didn't choose it because I was afraid that I would get into that, the drawing in between the lines that I was talking about, right? So I would felt like, oh, okay, this is getting annoying. I would felt like, oh, this is not really, it kind of lacks that creative process for me. And with this random brush that I have here, I don't even know where I get it from, but when I place the mark down, it randomized, like I'm just clicking right now, you can see it randomized the position, right? So I never know which direction it's gonna go. So it's giving me these weird angles. Well, I wanted to draw mouth, and it gave me completely wrong angle. A couple of years ago, I would be extremely annoyed by this. I mean, to the point that I'm just, what is this brush? What is it doing? Today, I'm kind of liking it because I have so many randomized happy accidents that can kind of make that painting a little bit more interesting. So that's another thing, to just let loose a little bit. This is no big deal. But if this painting is going to be disaster, well, so what? I wanted to say that I'll erase it, or I just, I do not save it. That's probably the worst thing that's going to happen. Well, I'm going to embarrass myself in front of you, but that I already did that multiple times, so I don't know how more I can embarrass myself. So I'm using these random brushes, and I'm just changing the size maybe, because that's something that is kind of important. So this is where his, somewhere here, I think that when I'm looking there, and I have a couple pre-sketches, this is somewhere where his, did we put this way? Right, and it's going somewhere into a background right there, and maybe we can just, yeah, so might be a little too much. I'm just trying to position him properly. Okay, yeah, this might work. And right now, immediately, I did this, and this is probably what I would do, a little bit more precise. I know this looks terrible. Oh my God, what is this here? But it's something to get me started. And I think that when I watch people to paint digitally, that's something that I found interesting, and I talked about this multiple times previously, that I don't have an undo button on my painting, so I am not going to fuss about every line that I put there. Well, so and then try again, and Control Z, try again, Control Z. Well, okay, I have these lines there. What am I going to do? I'm going to paint over them. So I'm not trying to, because here's the thing, and I was explaining this multiple times. I am not going to be able to, I'm not going to be able to see the impact of that line to a finished painting or finished shape if I still going to erase it when I don't like the first movement. It's so restraining, and it's just and again, I wish I could do it right now, only because I want to like when it happens to you that I wanted to go from this point to this point, right? Because that's where I want to be, and if I go this way, well, obviously I would probably Control Z that, right? But here I am just feeling the flow, and I know that this is so overused as a word, feeling my way. And what do you mean by that feeling? I don't feel anything. Well, I am letting myself to trust that image that when I close my eyes, that I have in my head, that it's in a fog. So I see just the position on the canvas, right? This is my canvas size, and I see that position. So I'm trying to really find the way how to do it. And right now, what I would do, I wouldn't even do this. I wouldn't even change the opacity. I would just change the color. And I started with really dark already, which I'm annoyed already. But anyway, so let me maybe change this, and let me just throw some crazy the brush strokes here. So I know that I need something here which would represent a strong reflected light. And I could do same thing right here in my eyebrows, or the eye sockets rather. I'm sorry, because these are not, but the eyebrow is on top of right here, and I'll need something here as well. Maybe even it's sticking out a little more. And I'm designing only shape. And then right now I'm going to throw some purples there. What's the proper? What would be the proper? Maybe this one. So I'm just going to hit the brush, and let me just adjust this. So this is what I'm going to do, and I'm not going to be worried about the thing right now. Why? Because I don't know. Because I'm too old to be worried. I'm just kidding. So this looks, I can't even look at it right now. It's just, that's how bad it is. The only thing that looks worse than this today was me when I woke up. That's the only thing that looked worse than this, right? And it's not even composed properly. Doesn't matter. So here's the thing. Let's say that I don't like the composition. What do you think that I could do here? Control Z, start the new layer? No. I'm just going to get rid of this line because I don't like it. And I would do this with the pigments. I don't like this line, so I'm softening it. I don't like this. Let me just go back to a different value, and let me just maybe this is going to be better right here. Is this going to be better representation? Is this going to push his head a little bit more where I want it to be? Right? Is it? I don't know. Maybe I could give him a little bit more of that warmth into his right here. So this has nothing to do with any construction of anything. It's just me. You didn't expect, Aika, hi. I didn't expect the digital either. Unfortunately, if I point out the camera outside, there is a snow and it's so dark in the studio that I can't see. So what I decided to do is that one of the portraits that I didn't finish yesterday with actual oil painting, I'm just trying to find the proper position and orientation in the space digitally, because I would do similar thing with oil paints, and and I was talking about a lot of a lot of oil painting and how I'm angry that I cannot paint because I was so excited to go and paint. But I'm painting right now. By the way, my keyboard doesn't work, so there's no undo buttons, there is no switching the layers and so on and so forth. So I'm just having fun around here. So you can, you're more than welcome to join me with your suggestions on how to fix certain things without the keyboard. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a cool ride. Good to see you though. I feel pressure right now because of your cool digital paintings. So, so I'm going to. So I moved the shape a little bit because I don't have a Control Z, but I'm not worried about that right now. And I'm just really just throwing the pigments around, same as I would do with my old painting. Maybe I want this little softer right here. I went too much out, but who cares? And then it should go this way, and I need maybe even more, like push it even higher up. Oh, you do the same thing? That's awesome. That's awesome. Also, no pressure. I have to. You have to. A lot of learn. I don't think so. I saw your cool art. You were awesome. So right now it's like a more of a having fun. And I'm not even. I don't even have the color picker. So I'm just gonna go like random pigments here, whichever one I like. Perhaps this way. I could do maybe darker a little bit. And I'm looking for like a nice shape. I can't even. Okay. But this opening should go maybe bigger. I feel like I want more of that motion. I don't know. Perhaps. Yeah, no color. I just have the color wheel right here. I'm just moving left and right. I don't even have any sliders on. So it's just kind of a. And I don't even know what to do with. I can actually drink tea with this hand right now, which is kind of cool. So because this hand usually is for, for holding other brushes and so on and so forth. So right now I have I found myself with extra tool that I don't know how to use. Maybe I should give him a little bit of cheekbone here, right? And then push that this shadow a little bit more this way. Kind of feel that I don't have enough space right here around the as the zygomatic arc is and the orbital. This way. And then let's push a little lighter on the nose as well. And let's give him a little bit more of a forehead, because it seemed like he doesn't have a forehead. So, yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, let's just do, oh wow, okay, that's not the red that I wanted. Okay, let's hit him with the red cheeks, and let's give him a red nose as well, because that's symbolizing something. Okay, a little bit of redness in the mouth, just chunks. And again, see, like I didn't want it to do this brush mark, but since the brush randomizer, I can't really control that, right? As I'm clicking, it's just moving as it wants to, which is awesome. I'm not complaining about that. How do I mix? I'm just and this is something that you can see that. Again, I'm sorry. I'm just I keep forgetting with the comments. I apologize. That's what drove me nuts with oil pigments. After a season, I lose that color mix. I lose that color mix I had and trying to match it the next day. Geez, now I got too used to it. Yeah. Like what I would miss without keyboard is definitely a shortcut to the size of my brush. I use a lot. Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm just gonna do it with the you know. I'm using really a big size of a brush. This is the size of a brush that I have right now, right? And this is the A4 format, right? But it has the cool thing that when I press, it's randomizing the angles. So if I want to do a quick line, I never know. You know, I can barely do, you know, I can't be so controlled with it because I don't know how it's going to land and how it's going to rotate. So that's why I like to use this. It's giving me a little bit more of that kind of a weird randomness that I have to deal with. But I would like to get a little bit more, how do I, is this the color that I'm looking for? No, that's too, you love the shape of the colors? It's just extremely random, but thank you, I appreciate it. It's just having fun here. And you know, you've been here for a while, so you know that I do the same thing with the oils. It's just, this is where the fun is for me. I don't know, it's just the moments when you can just, you know, have fun. Perhaps I should give him a little bit more of that, like so. And that brings me to the shadow. Maybe I should adjust the shadow a little bit. And you know me that the moment that I start adding more details, I'm gonna lose that kind of a freshness and easiness. Oh wow, this was pretty bad. Oh, okay, well, let's do this. Yeah, you're using no keyboard as well for iPad. Okay, well, see, that's another good way. I haven't had a chance to paint on my iPad a lot, so I have to give that a try. That might be another good bed painting Friday kind of a stream. And I'm using this brush is somehow it's giving since it's giving the texture, it's kind of giving me that overlay that I'm so familiar with when it comes to, you know, dry brush with the oil paint. So it's kind of a saving me a little bit. Okay, so this might be working. Let me soften this. That might have been a little too much. And it would be here. And where would I have the ear? Ear would be somewhere here. Okay, cool. Maybe a little bit more shadow underneath the nose. It might have been a little too much. Like so. Yeah, perhaps. And then I need a little shadow underneath a mouth as well. So it's going to be. I used to paint on my iPad, but I never really got into it. I like it mostly for just sketches, but couldn't fully paint on it. I am too dependent on a color picker and other things. Is it? What kind of software do you guys use for iPads, by the way? Are you guys die-hard Procreate fans or Photoshop or what other? I know that I worked a lot with Autodesk. I think it's the app. Art Studio Pro, okay, and Procreate. Yeah. Procreate is overhyped. I don't have it, so I don't know. Like I said, I use since I subscribe to Adobe right now, which is not really the best way, but it's like an industry standard. So that's why I'm using it mostly. No, maybe ear is right here. I think that I'm pushing it a little too much. I'm making his face a little too wide. And again, it looks like her, not him, for some reason. It might be the colors. So nobody is painting in the bitmap on Windows, right? It's just it's not cool between in young kids. I remember, this is going to be a funny story. I remember that when I used to study at LA, a painter that actually helped me with color a lot. He was one of the first one that they were creating digital art on the computers, and the reason why he could do it is because his friend was Tony Hawk. I'm sorry. I don't know if you guys know who Tony Hawk is. He's a very famous skater, and since he was like sponsored by this new company, so he had at home one of the first Wacom tablets, and that's how he got into digital art. So I remember there's a story about how they didn't know what to do with it, and that's how I feel right now. Like I'm first time holding a digital medium. I think I have to give him a little. Monster High dolls. What are Monster High dolls? I'm not really familiar with that. You've seen the Amazing World by MS Paint? Yeah, MS Paint is just, there's something, there's something about the MS Paint that is just, it's too good, too good. I have just these, and you can tell how old I am by knowing what the MS tool is. I just really want to, I know that I'm not supposed to, but I really, really want to make this looks way more like a female painting than like a male painting. Let me just, what have I done? Let me just put some shape down right here. I just need to see whether or not this is going to work. It wants something here, so let me just. It's like a Barbie's but more edgy. That's awesome. I know what Barbie is. Okay, so I'm somewhere there, like a Frankenstein dolls and Dracula's dolls. That must be awesome. So you were designing your own because you liked them, or you liked designing them? This is going to be female, 100%. I'm already in the female territory right now. Maybe I need a little bit of where would be the neck? There will be a neck right here, I think. I have to look at my painting. Okay. Well, this is going to be a female, so let's do a female. Yep. Can I zoom out? Is that allowed? I hope it is. Okay, I know, again, this is gonna be, wait. Yes, navigator. Okay, I got it. I wanted to ask the stupidest question again to work with. Yeah, it's MS Paint. So there are people there, into MS Paints. Okay, all right. So that's what's up. That's what's up. Maybe a little too small. Nice, cool. So let me push this little lighter right here. I'm trying to get that the fact that she's looking up, because I already decided that it cannot be he anymore. So let me hit it here a little bit. Let me hit it here, and then it's gonna be, right now I'm just trying to give myself a visual clues. And when I say visual clues, what I mean is that if I have a object and I want to think about anatomy, I would make a mark right here, I would make a mark right here, and I will make a mark right here, and I would think about how they align if I'm work visually. Oops, let me just maybe use that the brush so you can see better. So I would think about, okay, there is going to be color. There's going to be a mark somewhere here. And when I'm doing these marks, right, what I'm trying to do is, if the orientation in space if I do orientate, if I have an orientation, let's say that I'm thinking about painting, because, let me do this. Let me do one more layer since I'm explaining here. So what I'm thinking about right now when I do this, it's I need to think properly about the orientation of my planes when it comes to this picture, right? So I have a side plane, which is right here. I have a top plane, which is right here. And I have a front plane, that's the facing one. This would be more like a orthographic. And when I think about, like, let's say 3-point perspective, it would be slightly more like this, as they merge all into a one vanishing point somewhere in the background, right? So it would be, and then I have a 3-point perspective that, you guys all know what 3-point perspective is, I'm pretty sure. But when I do these marks, what I'm trying to say, so I have a let's say midline right here. So instead of drawing all this, I'll make myself like a little visual clues, right? So I need something oops. I need something here, and I need something here, and something has to be here, and there is a bottom of a chin, right? So instead of doing all these grids, when you look at here, I have these visual clues that you can see. There's a visual clue right here. I have a visual clue right here. I don't know if that's a, let me just maybe do this. I have a visual clue right here. That will be, where is my, oh, there it is. My little skull friend. So I'm thinking about the points on the skull, that they are really visible and they're usually sticking out in almost every human, unless you have some special conditions. So I'm thinking about this going this direction. So you can see I have a light clue right here and I have a small light clue right here. Then I have this mark that's going to show me this, and I have a mark right here. You can see how it changes the direction a little bit. It makes like a little wave almost. That's showing me, especially the bottom part, it's showing me that if I have my skull, I don't know if I can you, I don't know if you can see it. So if I have my skull and it's in a certain position, so I need to see the bottom part, but also I have to include the angle that it's right there. So this is the angle of a front plane. This is the angle of a side plane, and also side plane. But it changes direction because this is a jaw and it has a specific shape. This shape is very specific to every one of us because it's all every one of these angles is different, and the size and the length, and that's why we look different, right? Same goes for nose. Right now I can decide if I want to have my nose small by creating this shape, which is, when you think about the cube, it's the bottom plane, or I can make him even bigger and pointier, strictly by adjusting it visually, right? Or I can take and decide that, oh wait, this is not the nose that I want. I want the nose like a little smaller. So this is what where I want it, right? And then I'm looking at this and I place these lines. This is not in the right position, so I have to get rid of this guy completely, and it should be more here, perhaps. Why? Because I want to show that tilt even more. This is such a unusual, almost uncomfortable position for the nose. It's very close to eye. That's going to be right here. There's another eye sitting right here. And again, if I make this line this way and then I make eyes this way, it's automatically going to distort my perspective. And instead of drawing, the front-facing plane on the cube or on the continuous surface, symmetrical, it's going to look like this, right? And because I'm placing my lines this way, which is really, really, really a big problem when it comes to my drawing, because you can see immediately I put it there and I talked about it because I'm biased with certain angles. First of all, this is very difficult for me to draw this way, so my hand naturally wants to flow this way. This is like natural flow from my hands, and then I would hatch. I never hatch when I'm hatching. I never hatch 90 degrees. Not even 45 degrees. I always hatch like this, like very close to each other, like so. And the reason is, I stole this from Michelangelo. When you look at Michelangelo's hatching, Michelangelo never hatches like this. He always hatches with this angle very close to each other. I mean, check it out. I can actually, no, I can't pull it out because I don't have a keyboard. But this is something that I observed in Michelangelo. And these are these little small things that you really have to think about when you paint, or when you draw, or when you actually observe another artist, because they have these really a specific way how to describe certain things. Luckily, I put this on a different layer. I'm learning from my own mistakes. So what this is giving me right now, this is not the proper face. This is not anything that you could write about, but it gave me a placeholder, as you mentioned before. And since this is a placeholder, it's a good place for me to start adjusting things. I threw some colors, I threw some shapes, and everything just flowing around, and I can start adjusting these things. I always have two options to adjust things. And you remember I talked about this. I can either I can either think about in this case, I'm just trying to put it like so. Whoops. Yeah, I can think about this positive shape, and by positive shape I think excuse me, I'm thinking about this abstract idea right here. So, and I'm going to ask myself at this level, I'm going to ask myself questions about, do I like how this looks on this page? And I don't. So this is what is in my head, and it's also what I'm looking at. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to open the Rembrandt in my library asset in my head, and I'm going to think about, okay, what Rembrandt did. I don't know if you're going to see this. Is it visible? Yeah, you can see it. Okay, so I'm putting these. What do they call them? These are the rulers, whatever that is. So I'm thinking about this, and I'm asking myself very principled questions or fundamental questions. Is that when I'm looking at this line right here, it's repeating here in almost the same angle. That means that visually, when I'm looking at this, it's too boring. It's way too boring when it comes to composition. And same can be said about this and this, right? So I have 4 quadrants. I have 1, 2, 3, and 4 quadrants. And I'm looking at the quadrant 1 and this diagonal that goes right here. And it's repeating itself almost exactly in the same position right here. Almost exactly in the same position. It's slightly higher, but it definitely has the same direction. That kind of gives me that, not necessarily a bad visual clue, but it's making it, how would I put this? It's creating something that visually repeating itself in a very boring way. For me, as someone who observe a lot of Rembrandt, and he is very, very good with not doing this. In his work, whenever you look at his work, it always goes that if he has something that is straight, then it's counterbalancing with something that is curved. And then slowly move to this curve right here, and then he push it into a straight, right? So you have that kind of a natural visual flow through your line. And you don't need to think about this as a line. You might think about this as a kind of a directional shape. Where do you want me to go with my eye? You remember I talked about the point A and point B. And if I create the straight line here, my brain is going to skip everything that is here. It doesn't matter. It's going to jump right immediately here. That's just a natural thing of our brain dealing with so many other inputs that is around us, right? So I see A, here is B. I know this has to be straight line. It's the fastest route from point A to B visually. If you have A and B points again, and you create this for your brain, and this is a little too complicated, there is no way that I'm going to jump from A to B. So compositionally, I'm trying to find the balance between rhythms that they are complicated, so brain has to stop there and follow them, and the area of rest when I want to move him a little bit more swiftly because there is nothing to look at. Same goes for my portrait. I'm looking at my portrait right now, and there is way too many things that are similar, very similar. That means that it's making it extremely boring to look at when it comes to that composition. Not the execution, I mean, that execution is pretty bad, but when it comes to composing something visually on that primal level that I was talking about before, that just the really black and white, something that, like I said, Frank Miller, it's just really the best example that I have. And when you look at his comics and black and white, the understanding of a shape design and understanding that importance of that shape and how powerful it can be. He doesn't use any shadows, he doesn't use halftones, he doesn't use these three colors, right, or three values that you have a black, you have white, and then you have a midtone. He goes just black and white. And he's trying to create a beautiful shape within a shape that will describe the actual action, the interest, what characters are doing. It's a simplification to the point that you are receiving only the important ideas. And turning this into a full color rendered picture wouldn't have that big of an impact. So that's what's happening later on when you move past to this point. So you have nice kind of a simple, and I talked about this when I was showing you that I did that brush stroke. You remember on the big painting. So what I did was I took my brush and I did. This is the composition that I want. Remember that, right? When I start adding these things here and there and filling them with the pigment, sometimes, I know sometimes, in my case, a lot of times, I'm going to lose that visual kind of a freshness and niceness. To be able to get back to that, you really have to keep this, that emotion, and I'm going to switch the, and you can see that I have to move my whole body because that's how I'm thinking about it. It's just, it's going this way. So I want to move with it. And that's what motivates me to then start pushing these things. So this is going to be my main kind of a directional, compositional. There is so many different people calling it different ways. I'm thinking about this as my main frame, my something. This is my Control Z in my head. So whenever, if something goes bad here, like I change this and I put this here and I do this and then this is here and, and I'm losing that. Whenever I refer back to this, immediately I'm again on the same track. So I have to preserve this under any circumstances. I can do it with the color, I can do it with the value, I can do it with the shape, I can do it with atmospheric perspective, I can do it with edges. I mean, the sky is the limit. And I think that's why I refer to Rembrandt so many times, or Velázquez or Caravaggio, because when you look at their painting and you would really run it through the filters, you would find these very basic ideas. And the more basic and more visually stunning and impressive it is, the better it's going to be a result if you are able to keep it still visible. I don't have anything like this here right now. So what my painting is asking for is these, refer back to that, like something that interests you in that, like what on this, in this portrait, right now when I'm looking at it, what do I want to say? What do I want to show? Why am I even doing this? Like, why am I painting this? And the first idea in my head would be that, oops, this one, this one. So the first idea that I have in my head would be that, okay, and I'm going to paint into my existing layer, right? So I can't undo this. So I'm just going to grab brush, and this is what I would do with, and you saw me do this with paintings, and I have to reinstate a composition within the portrait. So I kind of like what and you can see I was doing this, and then naturally I just kind of left out because I already saw, let me just turn the layer again. I already saw that this is getting way too similar. See how this is from segment 2 to segment 4, how it's exactly the same. So boring. Rembrandt would never allow you to do this. He would never allow you to do this. Not because he would never allow himself to do this, because he knows that this is just another portrait that he's not going to, he's not showing the understanding of, I like to say action, even though it's not action, it's just And I'm saying that Rembrandt would not allow him to do that because he's comparing himself with, you know, his peers in when it comes to Dutch portrait paintings. I mean, there is an enormous of a plethora of incredibly skillful and advanced and you know, visually stunning portrait painters. You have to stand out with something, and you might think that you're going to stand out with, as is today, with the more explosions and, you know, like more edgy subject. No, I don't think not that I don't think. When we look at the art history, it shows us that it's not always the case. That the quiet adjustments that they are hidden to us as viewers are extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. We almost feel, and this might be only my feeling, or this might be only my feeling, but I'm again in that very philosophical realm. When you when you do these adjustments that are barely perceivable, it almost feels like the person that is looking at it came up with those ideas. It almost feels like it's I am directly participating in creating that visual communication. I don't know how to say that. So I'm directly participating in creating that art being that good. If that makes sense. And if it doesn't, I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me. But you know, this is Asylum Atelier, so what did you expect? What did you expect? So anyway, I'm going back to this layer. So I have to really start thinking about these about this silhouette, and I'm going to separate the steps. I'm going to think about a shape. That means the overall shape of the positive space against the negative space. The second thing that I'm going to do, I'm really going to think about edges. So which areas are actually rotating away from me, and which are the areas where when I'm thinking about, let's say, let me just turn on another layer real quick. So let's say that this is a cone of vision right here. So everything that falls away from here to this direction, to these outside directions, right? When you think about cameras with one lens, it's just slowly going to get out of focus. So I can bring your focus and your attention to this eye, not only because I draw or paint a perfect eye, but because I visually restricted you or tricked your brain that, oh, there is nothing interesting here because there is no hard edge. The moment you start thinking about this, let me get another layer, let me get rid of this. The moment when you start thinking about stuff like with these hard, harsh, precise lines, right? And then you do a harsh line right here, and then you do the same thing right here. You kind of you flattening that image. By flattening, I mean that you are making, like you are putting two, I don't even have anything like that. But I was talking about that you're putting two things together like this, right? Instead of putting one in front of another. You are just literally telling me that these are together. It works on some levels when we talk about like a very like stylized, cartoonish, simplified portraits, but that's not what would you do. What would you do when we go into like really complicated multiple figure, multiple portrait paintings. For example, the one that I'm working on, you would just, there will be so many flat shapes. But here's the thing, there are countless examples when this works, even in the fine art. The great example would be, who do I have in mind immediately? Egon Schiele? Like that would be something that pops into my mind immediately, right? That he has that very graphic shape that he works with, right? I'm not saying that it doesn't work, but rather than just being this as an accident that you're doing it, I want you to rather think about this as a choice, as an artistic choice, or as a choice, as your choice as a painter, instead of just thinking that, oh, this is how I'm doing it, and there is no other way. There is always another way, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, depends on. And I'm already starting to like this a little bit more, because I did this outline, so I can tell that maybe if I push this a little bit harder, right, this, it gives me a kind of a, and then maybe I can move it this way as well. So I create a little bit more of the action, because everything goes like very symmetrically this way, right? So these are the things that kind of, how would I put this? It keeps me awake when I think about my compositions, right? And also the portraits and whatever there is. So this is kind of, all these layers that I put here, like when you think about these crazy adjustments, all this, like this mess, it's in the layers in my head, the same way that I use them in the Photoshop, and I'm asking myself, what I need? Do I need this right now? Okay, this doesn't work, so let me adjust this. Okay, I adjusted it. What else I'm going to adjust? I'm going to adjust this part? Okay, I have to work on this. Do I have a problem with that focal point? Okay, I have to work with this focal area, right? So slowly, step by step, then I can decide and develop this painting more and more, rather than just moving around, adjusting the same thing over and over again. And that's what happens when I talk about, there's a difference between repainting and adjusting or finishing the portrait. Or still life, or what did we have, like last time, whatever, controller. Remember, I painted that controller, and I still have it here. I didn't even move it. It's still here, by the way. It's dust on it. So that controller, I don't care whether I paint controller or mouse or keyboard or cell phone or the iPad, or I don't know what I have here, like a tripod. It doesn't really matter. The important part for me is to really go through that checklist. So, do I have a right shape? And when I ask myself when I'm asking myself if I have a right shape, I'm thinking, is this visually pleasing? Is this a nice design? Then, okay, in this random shape that I created, I found portrait. It resembles portrait. Okay, what do I need to do to make this a portrait? So I'm going to design within the shape another small shapes that they are going to help me visually to lead you towards because these are all abstract brushstrokes, but they are aligned, or they are assembled in the way that at the end they're going to represent a somehow or somewhat rather a human being or human face. I'm pretty sure that every one of you knows who Banksy is, right? I hope that you do, because he's one of the most influential painters or artists, rather, because he's not necessarily a painter, one of the most influential artists of 21st century, I mean end of 20th century and beginning of when I have a question here. When Iranian, I don't know what Iranian is. Do you think, are you trying to say when painting or thinking, or do you think you should prioritize when you're learning? Okay, when you're learning, do you think you should prioritize? 1, 2, 3. Let me have a sip of tea. Okay. When learning, do you think you should prioritize accuracy over design or start designing early? There is, well, that's a loaded question, actually. It sounds, there is a lot of unpack here. I think that both are important. And it's like if you, I should probably use this example, or I shouldn't, I don't know. I'm going to use it anyway. I think they are both important, and you are the one that has to decide which do you want to prioritize. Usually, and I'm going to talk about my own experience. Usually, when I stumble in this kind of a conundrum, I think about this as what comes to me naturally. Are you more a analytical perspective or architect, or are you more abstract painter? And somehow, in my own experience, I feel that no matter how hard I'm trying to just, move one way or another, it's just the natural, as I mentioned, that I have a natural, this is the direction of my hand that works perfectly. I can sit here and I can hedge this, and I can decide, I can make a lines in between. But if you ask me to do it the other way around, this is a pain for me, right? You would ask me which direction, or not ask me, you asking yourself, which direction should I hedge? Should I hedge from left to right, or from left to right, or from right to left? And which one is more important, and which one I prioritize? When it comes to, let's say, commission work, I would definitely prioritize the one that is more natural to me, which would be this one. For Bed Painting Friday, oh my God, I'm all here. I'm just, you can see me, I'm working without the keyboard. This is how bad of a streamer I am. Actually, I'm not even a streamer, I'm a painter. This is how bad of someone who wants to share with the knowledge I am, that I don't even have a keyboard right now. It's just, I think that there cannot be a better, how would I put this? It's just, I think that's justice served right here, right now for me, that, I don't even, I wish I could be in my comfort zone, but I am not. And I feel really silly. I feel that I'm going to embarrass myself. And that's okay, I guess. That's okay. At least, if nothing, happens here, and if everything goes really, really bad, at least you have one thing that you can take away from here that I always talk about, and that's that that 95% of my work are theories that they don't work in the particular painting. But in order for me to understand that they're not working, I have to test them. And since I don't know whether or not that particular brushstroke or particular technique or particular idea is going to work or not, I can't really decide. I can't prioritize which one am I going to. I can't really decide which bad decision I'm going to do. I cannot prioritize my bad decisions. I know that this is way too philosophical and it doesn't really answer your question. But I am trying to be as honest as possible. I really do. I'm really trying to be as honest as possible when it comes to these things. And the only honest answer is the one that I experienced on my own. Yeah, so I wouldn't. It's a good answer. Okay, you're just saying it. But I appreciate it. You're just saying it. You just want me to stop talking and start drawing. I got it. I'm just talking too much. I know. This is the biggest problem of the stream, that I talk more than I work. And I need to sneeze. I'm sorry. My apologies for everybody who's listening this, because I probably sneezed into a microphone. So usually they, you agree? I'm reading your comment. Usually they just say practice accurately. I think experimenting and testing your theories are the best way. You're lucky my live caption didn't pick up that. Yeah. But you have a very solid point that most of the time, and here is the reason why, since I'm talking that much, and this is more like a philosophy class than, Bad Painting Friday. This is Bad Painting Philosophy Friday. The reason why we are prioritizing accuracy is because we can measure it and reproduce it very effectively. Here is a good example that I can give you. They taught me in school, and I was talking about this before. I was working with. I was fortunate enough to work with some awesome people and painters and artists in general, draftsmen, comic book artists, directors, and so on and so forth. I was really lucky because I was working in volunteering in the school, and my school offered these special classes for guild members in the Hollywood Guild of I don't know, directors, right? As a special guild, doesn't really matter, but they all used to meet there, and I have a privilege to work with people that worked as a storyboard artist for Jurassic Park with Steven Spielberg, or I mentioned I was talking about Brian Apthorpe, this very famous comic book artist, and I can just start naming more and more people. But the point is that I guarantee you, and this is not, I'm not selling anything, but I can teach you how to draw almost everything. The only because that's just simple alphabet. The only thing that I cannot teach you is to be creative. It's just simply, it's not going to work. Unfortunately, I can teach you how to play piano, or actually you should teach me how to play piano, because I don't know how to play piano. Because it's a muscle memory, it's a repetition. You're gonna, this is something that they said, or it's just, I don't know, this is a mystery, but they say, historians say, or history buffs say that, or art history buffs, that Raphael was so good that he could freehand a perfect circle. I mean, if you know how to freehand a perfect circle, not just the one, on the chalkboard or the whiteboard that people do. I'm talking about he was just, freehand circle here, this size. Oh, you want the bigger one? Oh, okay, bigger one. Oh, you want two next to each other like so? Well, that's what he was supposed to able to do. So when you see people drawing a straight line and then one right next to it and the third one next to it, right? So imagine that you can do this with circles. So you can do perfect circle within a circle within a circle. So that's what they said that Raphael used to do, or used to be able to do. So, and the reason why he got that good is that he was prohibited from painting unless he was the best draftsman that Renaissance ever seen before. Which is, I would say, living in the Renaissance and having, on one side of the street, Leonardo da Vinci, and on another side of the street, Michelangelo Buonarroti, it's kind of, I would say, it's a difficult challenge to beat. And if you can raise, not necessarily above them, but if you can level their mastery, the only thing that holds you back is your own creative input. And you can think about composition in terms of mathematical divisions, right? It would help you. You can do thirds. You can do the diagonals. You mentioned Loomis. Loomis has his system, how he placed and how he composed with just the random marks and then connecting and creating diagonals through these random marks. But it can get you only so far, and then you have to really push the boundary, and that's actually why I do this, because I want to share all the knowledge that I have with you. So perhaps you have that creative potential to push it to completely another level, and that's something that nobody can teach you how to do. And the proof, you already have a proof about what I'm saying, and it's because you learn how to read and write. You definitely, I'm pretty sure that you know how to read and write because we are communicating right now. Is that mean that you're going to be a next Edgar Allan Poe or Neruda for my Czech fans, or one of my favorite, Dostoevsky? It doesn't. I don't think. Or if you, I don't know how. I know how to do couple scales on piano. Technically, I could get as good as best piano players, probably. Maybe, I don't know. Technically, yes, but I don't think I could be Mussorgsky, Tchaikovsky, or Mozart, Beethoven, Pink Floyd. I don't think so. So there is a merit to this idea of what should you prioritize. I think maybe the even better answer would be you should think about that your accuracy should help and support your creative thinking. And more accurate you're going to get, the easier your creative potential is going to be translated to a whatever medium you choose. And I mentioned last time jazz players. And again, it comes back to that fact that jazz players are, it's improvisation. What I do right here, this particular painting, or the way how I paint, in a way might be not necessarily improvisation, but it is improvisation because I don't know what I'm doing right now. So I'm improvising and I'm feeling my way through. And when I say feeling my way through, I'm looking at a portrait and I am being a brutally honest with myself. I have to be more critical of my work than you could ever be when it comes to my work, right? You can give me as much criticism as you want to, it not even close to how much I pressure myself with making these adjustments. And I have to tell you that it's extremely difficult time to time. And you know, there are people that can actually, there's only people, you can actually watch it because every one of these streams has a library on YouTube. So you can go all the way back when I started with, let's say with that big painting. I went through a lot of mistakes and iteration where creativity was ahead of accuracy. And then I make it accurate and then kind of creativity or that, you know what I'm talking about, I was talking about that gesture kind of disappeared. And it's going to happen. So you have to, like I said, for me, I will rather paint the bad painting than mediocre one. I can't help myself. It's just, I would rather fail miserably and completely than create a mediocre painting. Right, it was I answered things that you didn't ask for, so I'm sorry. I just felt that just giving you a straightforward one or another wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be, not it wouldn't be fair. Who cares today about the fair? I don't think it would be genuine. Okay, wrong. You're so awesome. You're so awesome. It's just yes, you should say seeing, I guess. This is, you know, I'm laughing because it's awesome joke, and I'm grateful that you are able to just, you know, take advantage of these things. It's awesome. It's awesome. I'm so happy to this is going to sound so cliche, but I have to say I'm so happy for this small community of people. They are really they're willing to really willing to push that that creative potential and you know, and be able to even make fun of themselves. That's awesome. I mean, I'm loving it. I'm learning more from you that you can ever imagine. It's awesome. I appreciate you guys being here. Really do. Even though it sounds corny, it's true. So I'm doing these corrections a little bit right now, and I am because I'm thinking about the position of the nose, and I can tell that this is way too low, right? So I have to create that direction there. It's getting better. Yeah, it's getting better. And then perhaps I have and I'm designing a little better shape, outside shape of that. So thank you. I'm really happy that. Well, I'm not gonna say that joke about it doesn't sound corny because, but you started it. I'm sorry, you started it. These jokes. Okay, let's get back to painting. This is your fault. If anything, it's your fault. So I'm going to just push that line. And I'm thinking about that as a line right now because it helps me to adjust symmetries a little better, a little easier, rather. And I'm going with, like, I switched to these, again, muted pigments because I felt that there's like so many things happening there. And I have to get back to these. But I move the eyebrow a little higher up. I have to adjust that light area right here. So immediately I'm just going into the lighter pigment and I'm just going to push it higher. And then, since I don't have a color picker, so I'm just going to try to just get rid of this guy right here, right? So I pushed it higher and maybe it should go even lighter. So let's get in some more greens. Right here. And then I also see that I can move this a little bit more this direction. And you might think that I'm playing with the color, but I'm playing with the value more than a color. I'm really thinking about Be right back, tea? Okay. Tea time. And I pushed green right now only because I had a lot of other pigments, and I want to, again, maybe a green is something that I'm missing, like a warmer green here. And not because I want her face to be green, but because I think it might be a nice visual blending when I put something a lighter, more redder. So it's going to visually kind of neutralize, but still stay fresh and not mixed. I would do the same thing. I would do the same thing with actual physical oil paints, because that's something that gives me extra more. How would I put this? Variety. And I might even push this a little bit more this direction, and I hatched it there because when you think about the skull again, and I'm not painting a portrait right now because I need this there at this stage, but you know, I'm painting on a different layer. Okay, that's cool. No, never mind. So what I'm trying to do is that I mentioned that I want to push these directions right here, right? So naturally I go this way, that way, and I want to push this as well a little bit more. So I create a kind of a visual, like the action in these diagonals, right? And what I'm separating here, it's the side plane from a top plane. So I have a side plane, which is where's my camera? Right here. This is a top plane, and then I have a side plane, and then it's again going almost like a top plane, right? So when you think about like I said, I'm switching between designing and construction of a portrait, only because, like I said, my creativity is supported by that accuracy that I build up over time. So I know that I have a forehead, which is right here. Let me maybe just switch to black. So I have a forehead, it's going this direction, it's the same as this, it's the same as this, it's the same as this, and it's the same as this, right? So this is my center line, goes right here. This is my center line, right? So this would be this right here, this is what I'm thinking about. So this is like, this is in depth, right? This is like a, I don't even know how to say that, right? So it's just a cross-section, I'm sorry, cross-section, right? And I have this here, and then it turns down, and then goes slightly up right here, and then again wraps around. This is maybe too much. I'm exaggerating it only because I want to show you what I'm doing. So I have a plane that is right here, which is light, very light, because this is where the light is going to hit her from, right? I have that one, and then I have slight kind of a shift in these planes, and I'm just trying to exaggerate them so you see what I'm talking about, right? So even with hatching, this is way too much. This is not how it actually looks, but this is what I'm thinking about. So I'm creating that kind of steps, and then I'm going to assign the value to them and gradient, right? So this is going to be my focal point, right? This right here. So everything that goes down on this plane right here, it's slowly going to fade away, and it's going to kind of blend with the background, because the form is rolling away from me, right? So it kind of disappears into the background. I put the most contrast, most pressure that I have right here in this area that it's in a circle. But then you would feel like you have to here, you have to go up again, and you would try to push this edge really strong, only because visually it's very strong edge when you're looking at that edge. And this is something that might be helpful for you. Welcome back. This is something that might be helpful for you when you're thinking about what the focal point is. Look here in the center of the eye, like here into the middle of your portrait that you're looking at. Don't move your eyes, just be focused there. And by peripheral vision, ask yourself what you see here. And that's how strong the edge should be there. So if you push that edge as hard as you push the edges right here, visually an atmospheric perspective is not allowing me to understand what's in front of what, if they are on the same, because we are working on the two-dimensional surface, so everything is on the same plane. And we have to use different ways. Also, you can always position your portrait or whatever objects that you have the way that it's going to give you the best result, the best kind of that visual visual separation, but then compositionally it might not work. So I don't want to be restricted by being able to paint the portrait only from this angle, as we did in the classical academy, and the light is here 45 degrees, like everybody is walking with that light bulb right here. That's not what's happening in the real life, but we are just so used to it. It's my go-to shading or go-to division between light and dark when I'm trying to work from imagination, which is holding me back, and I have to then go away from that. But you would see these changes of planes only, and this is another great painter, my master, that taught me. He mentioned that very, I think he, for those of you who are really into a classical painting, there is a very famous atelier, Water Street Atelier, which was ran by Jacob Collins. Yeah, it's the easiest way how to give a 3D forms. You're absolutely right. To give a volume of 3D forms. So I don't forget what I wanted to say. So there is the Water Street Atelier and Jacob Collins, and there was my master used to study there. I think that he was also working there for a while. I'm not sure. And he came up. I don't know if he came up. He introduced me to this idea because I don't know whether or not he came up with that or he learned it in that atelier. And he was talking about that these subtle changes of plane that we accept that they exist there, but we don't understand, we don't see them, or we cannot recognize them when we are looking at that. It's because we don't know that they are there. In other words, you have to believe that the plane change is there. You have to believe it in order to see it. But you won't be. But if you cannot see it, how can you believe in it? So that was the catch-22 that was so powerful for me. And he used to say, I'm trying to explain that, but he used to say, well, you have to believe to see it. And in order, let me rephrase that. I'm butchering the quote. In order for you to see it, you have to believe it. In order for you to see it, you have to believe in it. But you are not going to believe in it unless you see it, right? So you can't get out of that loop. The problem is that, not even a problem, there is not necessarily a solution, there is that construction of a human skull that can help us. I know that the break plane is there because I'm holding, this is actually a copy of a real skull, of a real human. There is also I'm not going to show that because I think that, can I even show skulls on Twitch, by the way, or YouTube? I hope I can. I don't know right now. Well, anyway, I'm showing it already, so it doesn't really matter. This is a cast from a real human skull, and you can see these planes right here. We also have the simplified version of Inovov that is a planar head, and we adding that plane right there, so you know that it exists. Right now, it's up to you. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to push it, and you're going to show it, or you are not going to show it? And it's your decision. But ideally, you want to know that these things exist, and you can choose to use them rather than just not knowing that they are there and wandering around. What is this brush? Oops. Okay, so I'm continue with this. So I'm adding it. Oops. Wrong. So I'm adding it there because I want to. And I think that since this is a focal point, and it's continuing underneath or over the eyebrow, so eyebrow would be right here somewhere, but the light goes all the way till here, down here. So I'm going to design that shape a little bit more like accurately right now. So I'm thinking about this is the eye, so the shape goes like this, perhaps, maybe even this is going to be better, perhaps. So that's going to be in shadow or halftone if you wish. And maybe I could make it a little bit more like so. Yep. And then I can push this way as well. And I can put, because eyes are symmetrical, so again, I'm going to follow the same line, the same direction of the line that I have here. So the eye would be somewhere here. So probably, when you think about like portraits and different position, you barely think about that nose, the cartilage of the nose. It's going to cover the eye. But when you think about these positions, like when you raise it really, really up, you can barely see you can see only the corner of my ear, the corner of my eye. So I'm adding it there as well. So I'm working symmetrical, right? So it will be somewhere around here, perhaps. This is right here. Maybe I have to rotate this because I have to check my my symmetries, and unless I check my symmetries, I won't be able to. see it properly. So so I'm adjusting my symmetries right here. I'm cool with the nose. Nose is right here. So this is the position of a nose. Maybe I can make it a little smaller, and there's going to be a cheek right here. And then the chin right here. And then there is a bony part that is right here that's sticking out. And this is, again, design choice. If I want to make her a little bit more like an older female, I would probably move this a little lower. Since this is a younger female, or we can make her older, I don't really care. You can choose if you want to. Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. That the more that you know about these things, so that goes back to that question that we were kind of figuring it out how to answer it. Is that you don't live in a vacuum. Therefore, all these ideas and techniques, they don't live in the vacuum. One, it's not better than the other, in my opinion. But they should work as in a synergy, and you are choosing the one that is the most appropriate. So I'm going to add it from here a little bit, and then push it down, and it's going to be somewhere here, it's at the end of the neck, right? So I'm really playing with these things, but I made a mistake because I created this as a harsh line, right? So right now I visually cut this out and bring it forward. I don't want to bring this area forward because I want to have my area of the eye forward. So I'm just going to soften it, and instead of Control-Zing it, I'm just going to, paint over with it. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get closer to let me just another layer. I'm trying to get closer to value between this and the neck. And if these values are close to each other, and I'm changing the saturation or hue, visually, it looks like it's going away, but you can still see the difference. So your eyes are picking it up. Same way as you would be looking here in her eye, the same way as you're looking in her eye and being directly connected to the eye and not moving with your eyes, being just really focused there. And you would ask yourself, what do I see right here? That's how would you see in the real life. That's how your eye works. The only reason why you want to put harsh line here, harsh line here, harsh line here, harsh line here, and then another harsh line here, it's because wherever you draw, you look there. That's a big mistake. If I draw here, I'm looking here because I need to know how this line that I drew right here is going to affect my focal point. It sounds counterintuitive to look in place where you don't paint, but trust me, your painting is going to get exponentially better. I need to rotate this back. Right, so I adjusted, and you can see that, this is not a perfect portrait by any means, but you can, let me do the thing. You would probably say that it's a human being. You wouldn't say that it's cube, right? So, or table. And there is no detail there. I didn't use. I was using just one brush and just random pigments, right? So I still want to come back to your question about accuracy and how important it is compared to creativity. And it's easy for me to say that creativity is the number one because I went through that rigorous process of understanding anatomy and building and creating these color swatches and color wheels and color spaces when it comes to Mansell. And then I also experimented with a lot of different materials, and it's just right now I feel like, oh, I'm just playing and having fun. This is not a learning process for me. This is more exploration process. So if you are not getting these results just by throwing a paint around, it's because not that you are not creative, not that you are a bad artist. You need to support that creativity with precision. And not even a precision. You have to support that creativity if you are aiming for a not realistic portrait, but portrait in general that resembles a real person, and you have to take into consideration also the accuracy. One way or another, you have to. I think this could go maybe even more outside. So we create more of that kind of a nicer edge, and I can push this a little bit more inside. Yeah, I think this would be better. I think this would be better. And then you might ask a question like, how do I correct this? Should I erase that? Well, we can erase that, or we can just put a like a lighter value right here, and I'm painting with the lighter value, so I'm not erasing. And I'm going over that harsh dark line because I want it to be soft. And then let me go right here. To make it maybe a little bigger. And maybe even a little darker. Maybe even darker. That's about the saturation. So instead of Control Z, I'm just painting over that. And the reason why I prefer to paint over it, because it's just similar to my my regular painting. But also, as another thing that I struggled with is that, like, how am I going to judge properly the new placement of the line if the previous one does not exist anymore? So I can't. I'm assuming it. I'm not being precise then. If I'm erasing it before I place the replacement. Push it maybe a little bit more this way, perhaps. Yeah. And then let me hit it with a mouth because it has to go the same direction. And then I need like a really kind of a nice, warm, saturated pigment. Let's say this one, right here in the corner of the eye. And my brush is doing whatever you want, so I can't really hit it there. Well, that's going to be a little complicated. And then, another thing is that the whiteness of the eye, just don't make it white. It's not white. Okay. Highlight this white maybe, but I just painted a purple bold female portrait in a yellow robe. Don't know what I'm doing, but that's okay. I'm having fun. Awesome. So, it's Friday. Let's have fun. Let's just, what is this? We're just being too. Okay, I need more. It's interesting because I'm not, more saturation. I'm not that good with picking up these colors, truth to be told, but I'm trying. So this is where the and a little lighter. That was too much. I wish I have Control Z. I don't. Right, so I have this. Maybe I could push this a little more. I give her a little bit more of that desirable cheeks that, you know, I saw so many girls faking with the makeup. Which is kind of funny because I can see it from a mile away. I don't know if you have a same or similar experience. I'm not saying that it's bad, I'm just saying that it's so desirable that we are faking it with makeup these days. Kind of, okay. So I put the dark line over it, but it's still, I have a lighter values around because I'm trying to, okay, let's give her a little bit more of that eyeball. That was too much, you can see, and Control Z immediately, ooh, no, let's repaint that. Ooh. Okay, I want like a cooler, neutral, lighter pigment. Would be like here somewhere. Is it? Yeah, that's too purple. Oh, this one looks good. So I'm going to adjust this a little bit. And I should probably use a larger brush, you know, like these small brushes here. Okay, awesome. I'm looking forward to see it. You're going to share it. So you are brave. You were really brave. So this Bad Painting Friday is starting to be like a fun place to hang out. I'm really enjoying this. It's awesome. I need a bigger brush. Is there a? But I need more pigment, more saturation. That might have been too much. And I want to add a little bit more of a darker value, slightly darker value right here. And then I need a little bit right here, a little more. Just to bring the attention there. And the reason why I'm pushing it more there, because I want more contrast there, right? And it doesn't work yet, but that's okay. That's okay. It's just we are in the territory of this. And when you want to, that's a good tip for if you are struggling with a, because if there is something that I really hate to paint, it's a good-looking females. It's just. When I say, I mean like a you know, like from covers of the magazines, that kind of a like a. It's really difficult because every little. You have to be careful with adjusting certain planes and adding or inventing. It's less is more when it comes to this, as I learned the hard way. Making every young model that we had in the school, because I was trying to, more detail is going to help. Well, it didn't. No, let's push this a little bit more like that. And let's shape this. So I'm not going to change brush, I'm just going to So I need the ball of the nose, and yeah, and I need to make this a little more this way. A little more this way. And then I need a darker value for a bottom, for the shadow underneath the mouth, somewhere around here. And then I need that a little bit of this. What happened with my computer? Okay. And right now I have to go into a smaller brush because I want to do a smaller adjustment. Okay. And then I need a nostrils, and I need to adjust the mouth a little bit. Not a lot. Remember that I don't want to put a lot into this. And I need to rotate it a little bit because I can't really judge the symmetry properly again. Okay. So this needs to go in. It's going out this way. It's going here. Cool. A nose. I'm just playing a little bit with these shapes, trying to make it a little bit more lighter value. Let's rotate this. Rotate. Okay, right now it doesn't look right. It's cool, no worries. Brush. I'm going to place I'm just looking for I'm going to place this eye right here, but I'm just going to push it a little harder because it seems that I'm, again, and this is what I'm saying, I'm getting into details again, and I shouldn't in this stage, so, oh wow, okay, that was a mistake. And didn't play out that I want to get her a little bit more of that corner of the eye, and then finish that going here, maybe even darker a little bit, I don't know. I'm trying to push her gaze up. Is it, am I still online? I hope I am, because I'm just, right now I'm so confused after yesterday actually. So let me push this a little higher. I hope I still am online. If not, no, never mind. Maybe change this a little bit. This might be too steep. So let me just go here and just soften it a little bit, again with random pigments, and then Maybe really push the lighter values right here because this is where I want them to be light. But I want them to be light but saturated. So it would be something like this right here. That might be a little too much of a, this is the one that I want. And this looks very much like a pastel drawing right now. I feel like these colors are so pastel-y. You would never see me paint like this ever. This is not really my color palette when it comes to painting. And there is a little sliver, yep, right here. Did I hit it correctly or no? And then, wow, just push it a little too much. Okay, let's just give me a little bit more. Yes, I'm still on. Awesome, awesome. I was worried for a second because I get into painting and I forgot to follow with the chat. And again, I always have to apologize for this. I know that it's getting annoying when I don't respond, but sometimes really I just maybe a little bit more here into this corner down. Okay, I have this and I should push her eye right here so I have the symmetry, hopefully. And then I should soften this a little bit with like the transition with the nose, because it shouldn't be that harsh there. I mean, you could if you want to, but again, I want to do everything soft, and I'm trying to, even those eyes, I'm painting everything very soft. And the reason is because I'm thinking still about my painting, and that is that how difficult it is for me to make soft edge out of a hard edge. It's way easier for me to do it the other way around. Right, and right now I'm going to design this shape of the eye a little better, because I think that it was just too clunky. And then it's asking for a little bit more of a little lighter right here as I move across, like so. And then softening this mouth. Mouth is red, so let's just dig into a red pigment immediately. I remember my first attempts of paint. I was like, yeah, mouth is red, so let me just get a cadmium red light out of a, and let's just support the redness of her mouth with a redness in her cheek. So she's going to be like a cool, maybe it's warm outside, I don't know, who knows. She has that kind of a cool blush. Maybe, I don't know. And I'm pushing that redness even more than it's necessary. And I did the hatches only because my brush was small and I didn't want it to change it, so there. That is laziness. And I'm going to bring that redness into her face. I want to warm her up a little bit because I felt that she's getting too cool. And these are, again, this is my color map, or I don't know how to say that. It's just more like a, see, this might be a little too much because right now it seems like there is a harsh area right there. So that's what I'm saying when you're trying to create a younger female. It's like less is sometimes more than you think. And right now I'm going over because these transitions are, again, extremely harsh. And I want a nice, smooth, continuous graduation of the shape. So I'm just, and I have a pressure sensitivity set up, so I'm lightly pressing. So I'm warming it up a little bit. And as it goes here, I'm going to not necessarily change the color, but I'm going to move the saturation. And if the more I desaturating this, the cooler is getting, so I'm kind of keeping the harmony going there. Slowly. And right now I'm missing a little bit of that reflective light that will kind of show the change of a plane between the bottom plane, which is right here, and that's just it's too harsh, but that's okay, because the reason why this looks too harsh is because I don't have anything orange underneath there, so there would be never anything like this actually there. But you know, the moment you put something orange there, it's okay. And it looks quite muddy. And then right now I see the problem right here, so I'm gonna address that problem. So let me get a little bit more this, because there was continuing a little too much there. So I need to find that change right here. Yeah. Maybe even push it here. And I know that I already have how do you call it, the hoodie up there, but I need to see what's happening underneath. So I'm just going to, you know, paint into it. And I would think about, oh, she's going to have an ear somewhere here. I think this is a nose somewhere here, but ears, I'm just going to saturate the hell out of the ear, only because it's for fun, right? So there's going to be ear somewhere here. And the reason why I'm placing that ear there, because I should think about the lighter value that will be here on her hoodie. And I can use that to show that there's a plane change there, right? On the, what's the, I'm just going to use a color picker right now just for a second because I want to show you something. So if I get rid of this right now, I'll shape this light area. It slightly, it kind of reminds me the ear, right? So I would just push maybe just a slightly darker value right here. So you don't know that that's ear, but it's somehow enclosed the shape because that's what you usually used to see, right? It's like you're looking at me right now. You saw my ear all the time. If I put well, I cannot put my hoodie because I'll destroy the mic. I guess I did already. But if I put the hoodie on, you will just you would still know that there's a ear underneath that. That's what I'm trying to say. So maybe I'll just push a little bit of that orange there, and then go back to a pigment and just soften it, so it doesn't show that much. Maybe even darker. And perhaps I could go and just push this diagonal as I was pushing it with a plane, with the change of a plane, right? So I'm pushing that and creating some kind of an interest right here. Just having fun, exploring, like, you know, like Bob Ross, just, you know, moving around. And I'm asking myself, should I extend this out or should I not? I don't know. Maybe a little bit. That was too much. Maybe that was too much. I don't know. I don't like the shape of this as a design, so I want to give her a little bit more of that kind of a good jaw that extends a little bit more here. I think I made her a little too round. Yeah, this is way better. If it goes this direction, that's the because the problem was that tilt her head up, but I left her jaw down, so it needs to go lower here. It's that when I was talking about, you remember, like there's a difference when my skull is laying down right like this, because this is how would you lay down naturally, right? So the jaw is almost perpendicular, and this is very close to the way she's looking. So I have her eyes pointing towards up, but her chin I painted this way, right? So I give her the angle a little bit too much. Just rotating the angle. I gave her this angle, and it should have this angle, right? Because she's looking up. So when you work from imagination, like I said, I really like to use. I have my skull right here. It's on demand. It's a very helpful tool. And I'm softening this because also of the direction was there. Okay, and right now it might be I'm pushing this over, I'm extending it. Why? Because I want that direction there. And you can see how this is starting to change the shape of a painting, not the shape of a portrait. So I'm composing right now, I'm going over it, I'm pushing it, right? If I want to show this very strong light that goes up right here, so I'm connecting it through here, right? So visually, I'll give you a little darker value here, a little darker value here, and you let me just put another layer there, and you slowly move through here, and you feel the roundness of the shape through the whole painting, right? Not only on the face, but it's continuing all the way in the back. I would also take a lighter value, and I would soften this as well, the top part right here, because it's just going there, right? There might be some kind of a light source up there. And I would perhaps, since this is the cranium, I would make a little, so it's not straight, so I can see that it's curving, right? So her face, maybe I can just, so this is her face, and it's rounded like this. This is the shape of the skull that we talk about, right? So this is where it lays. So I'm trying to show it in with a, I'm trying to show it with, again, I'll just, because it kind of gets into that, right? So this is the shape of the skull that I'm thinking about. So I'm extending it over the whole, this shape is what I'm correcting. I'm not correcting hoodie, I'm not correcting eye, nose, nothing. I'm correcting and working with this shape. This is what is in my mind right now to make it work, right? Because this is that diagonal that I was talking about. And I have this diagonal here, I have this strong diagonal here, I have this one here, and I'm counterbalancing with this one. Because it's somehow the shape of the beard, it's pointing here, I don't want you to go away, and I need to create something, right? So it's just this is just me feeling things around, right? And this is how it was, and this is how it is right now, right? So there's a lot of that changed, but it's just for fun. And you can see it took me what couple minutes, because I was talking more than anything else. So and if I can do it, you can do it. It's just there's no it's not that difficult, and I don't even have a keyboard, nothing. I don't even know what I'm doing, basically. Don't even listen to me. So I'm correcting the nose a little bit because it felt that I pushed it a little too much, right? So this is where my least favorite part is going to start, and that's when I'm trying to finish it, and I'm trying to get it to where it's supposed to be, because it's almost 4 and I have to go. So I want to show a little bit of that division between bottom plane and top plane, so I have to might be a little too. Right, this is like a top plane, but it's again too dark. So I'm going to lighten it a little bit. Nice. Okay. You see, I'm slowly trying to shape the nose. And again, you can soften this. I can almost it's like almost barely perceivable, and I'm trying to really soften it so it kind of disappears into a background, because I want you to think that it's rolling away. And if I want to bring it forward, there's no problem with that. I don't want to say that it's easy to bring it forward, but it's not that difficult. I would just grab let me just add another value, and if I want you to bring it forward, I'll just make this. This is just the easiest trick that is there in the book. When you don't know what to do, just do a contrast. As this is what people do all the time. I saw this so many times that I'm already tired of looking at that, and then you can soften this a little bit, right? So it kind of goes into a background, and you can shape things around, and you can see how immediately it pops that image, the visual image, right? So there's the option there if you are if you are in a time struggle. It works so well, yeah. Just that's a trick. Don't don't overdo this, because then you're gonna see like these all the time. Well, here's the thing. It has a multiple purposes, but the easiest one, especially if we work with the color, with value, I don't have that many ways to correct it, right? And right now, even on the screen, it looks like this area, let's say right here, that I pushed a little too much. Well, here's the thing. If your figure is dark, then we will work with the silhouette. We need the contrast to make it light, right? You remember yesterday I did this with my painting project, the classical painting project, right? So I pushed that a little bit more. And the reason is because figures are dark, the background is going to be light, so you can reverse it if you want to, right? And the reason the reason why I'm doing it is because I want you to let me just undo this, the dark layer, and the reason what oops, undo. Undo brush tool. Okay, that's what I was looking for. The reason why I push it there in the dark is, remember I talked about these principles with, okay, so your background is light and your figure is dark. Okay, then here's another way, and it goes back to Rembrandt. The reason why I did this and why it's so easy to do it, because then you will create that diagonal that goes this direction, right? Everything, my face, everything is just, I'm pushing it this way, and then I have a darker value. I can push darker value here, right, as it goes down, and then hit it with this, like really strong silhouette, as I did right here. So immediately you enter the portrait, and you are counterbalance with the darkness on one side and the other side. That's a Rembrandt 101 for those of you who don't know how much I love Rembrandt. And the reason why I'm doing this is because with a this lighter shape that it's right here and the lighter shape that it's right here, I created the diagonal there. So this is A and this is B, and the diagonal is from A to B visually, right? So that's why it works so well. I think when it comes to Rembrandt's so awesome. Oh, so you have some ways to fix it, but this is what I'm thinking about. So as Rembrandt taught me to do these backgrounds, I'm really playing with the backgrounds, and like you said, Rembrandt is awesome. Rembrandt is way too good, you know, for me to mentioning him with this, and it gives a little bit more character of the painting, right? So you can quickly kind of, you know, I kind of like the thinking about this, and maybe I can just do it as another layer so you can see it. So let me just get a little bit more like we didn't use blue, so let's go with the purple. I don't know if purple is going to work there. Well, it might. Let me undo this, but like, let's just. Right, so immediately you just, I mean, you pushed it as much as you can, and I divided it, and you know, it's just, it took me, what, 30 seconds. So, but it's I don't want to say that it's a cheat, but this, I kind of created like that strong visual contrast. So right now there is no doubt about what's happening, right? You don't really go into, and I can start working right now with that, with the edge right here, right? If I want to make it a little bit more like a slower turn, so it dissolve into a background. So I would find the values. Let me just undo this so you know what I'm talking about. I'm going to get closer so you can see what I'm thinking. Where is my? Let me just add another layer. So this is the area what I'm talking about, right? So I would really go here and I would just create this nice outside shape, and I would make sure that this works nicely, right? Then nose, and then where the eye cuts in, maybe somewhere here, right? So this has to go darker. I'm just doing it, I'm butchering it, I'm doing it very quickly because, you know, there is a very little time for me to fuss around these things as it is right now. And then maybe if you have something violet like this, you can just then, you know, grab the same, I have the same violet color, right? And I'll just hit it a little bit here in the nose into these reflections, right? So I'm picking up the background and I'm pushing it a little bit here just to synchronize that, and maybe a little bit in the mouth, just a touch. So, and maybe here a little bit, just to. And I would use this background color as a kind of a harmonizer, right? So you would see these little reflection of this purple right here, only because, you know, you can. That's the only reason. And then I'll just, you know, from a distance, okay, what needs to be changed? This looks a little too blue, so I would grab right now a lighter value, more warmer value, and I would do the same thing. I would go over this with a little bit more of a, just lightly. So when you look from distance, and I think that this needs to be transitioned a little better. Right? And I'm getting into that moment that, okay, there is a time for me to decide what to do with this, and I can start maybe placing some. Okay, it doesn't look half bad. Okay, so I could do that. But let me just correct this a little bit. There was too harsh of a transition, and since she's a female, right? As we talk about, I need to soften this a little bit. So you can still see the plane change, but I don't want you to see it. I don't want you to see it like a harsh plane change. And ideally, I'm fussing with the small brush, and I would do this with the large brush when I paint with a oil paints. And then I need a really lighter value right here. So just bring that corner even closer to us and soften it, right? And I'm trying to shape it properly, right? So those are not random shapes. And soften it here. And then you can go into these, you know, everybody loves good old blick or highlight, rather. Bling, bling. So I'll just put a, if she's looking up, okay, maybe I can just do a little bit here. Just a little bit right here. Right, and it's starting to be a little bit more, and maybe we can give her a little like green eyes, maybe. So I'm just going to push it greener right here. And green because, I don't know, there was nothing else. I think that I didn't touch the green color, and you know how bad I am with the green color. So, and when I'm painting eyes, I'm trying to shape them. You remember yesterday I was talking about that they're looking to a certain direction. So you have to be careful how you work with eyes. Right. So it's just it's not really that important, this detail, because it's already for me it's already working as a unit. Maybe this needs to be adjusted a little bit, right? Because there was just a brush going slightly that direction, and then perhaps I should make this a little lighter as well. Right here, the transition. Maybe even lighter, a little bit more saturated. Yep. Where the corner of the nose is, then you can push it there as well. So I'm just, because what I'm doing right now, I'm looking for the corner of the a little bit more, even more here. It's just and this is all about super subtle values, like extremely subtle transitions. And you really have to start paying attention to anatomy and muscles and, you know, muscle groups and what they do in a certain, you know, in certain positions. And right now I see that her eyebrow is like, her eyebrow right now doesn't look natural, right? So these are like a small details that I'm getting into. And I'm going to make it a little bit more rounder here. Why? Because I want to push that eye direction. What do I mean by that? Let me just show you real quick before I sign off. Is that I have eye right here, then I have an eyeball, then I have an eyelid that is right here. So if I'm going in the depth, I have to have like a bulge a little bit right here, right? And then I'll push this corner as well. So I create that kind of the diagonal that I'm talking about, that she's looking that direction, right? So I'm pushing everything that I have right now to you know, to create that to underline that compositional decisions, right? So that's what's in my head when it comes to this, right? These adjustments, and you can see how I think that immediately it helps that painting when it comes to, you know, switching these, like how much more detail, how much more resolution we get to her. But it was pretty easy to do that right now because everything was laid down already, and it's not, you know, it's not that big of a deal, and you can. And ideally, you don't do it here. Don't do it like this. This would be a mistake. This would be a mistake, colossal mistake, because you can't really judge what's happening here. You have to be looking here. This is where you're looking. If it's not working here, then forget anything that happened, because who cares what's happening in that eye. I already decided I don't want to look at your picture anymore because it's not what I like to look at, right? So I'm working with a first shape, and right now it's like, oh, what's that violet against this? Oh, let me go check it out. And as you are getting closer as a viewer, right, you are exploring slowly. With I'm talking about just about I'm talking strictly about when you stand in front of a painting, right? And then as you get closer, you can get into these details, and you can see how many colors is here. Right? But have you ever seen me, like, you can go and check this video, not even once I was actually painting this close. Not even once, I don't need to. But then suddenly you see all these random brush strokes here, and it says color here, color there. And you might think that, oh, I have to grab a color picker, he picked this color, and he placed the brush stroke. But actually, when you look at this, it's layers, right? I mean, I did not erase anything. I did not take that color at once. I was adjusting already existing things. So it's something that if you are just you know, starting with painting, this is one of the most difficult things to admit to yourself, that you're trying to copy this shape at once, and that's where the Ctrl-Z come into place all the time, because you didn't hit it at once, you didn't hit 2 times. How many brush strokes do I have here? Like 300? It took me 300 brush strokes to hit it, but I was always adjusting my brush strokes according to existing brush strokes, right? So it's easier for me to think that way easier. And this painting needs a lot of stuff, but when you get, and for those of you who saw me paint traditionally, this is, I can bring my painting, and this looks very close to my painting. How like these layers, the random layers. So I paint over and over, and I'm searching, and I'm playing with what existing thing I have. And what is really in my mind when we're talking about, let's say, for the shape of eye, right? So it's this shape right here. This is what I'm playing with. And if I take this right now and I cover it with, because I would often do this with my painting, very often, because I didn't like it. So, but I didn't like the position for eye, but I like the shape of my eye socket, right? So this is how would I think about this before anything else. This is what's in my head, right? And then I am going to zoom out this, and I'm asking myself if I like this shape or not. Well, it sounds weird, but what would I do? Continue to this. I would grab a eraser. In this case, right? Because I don't have any other tool. And for sake of the argument, and I would start shaping this a little better. And with the painting, I would just do a different painting, right? And I would start, you know, maybe just, I need to soften this a little bit. Maybe I need to soften this here a little bit. I don't know, maybe this needs to go softer. right? And I would just, oh, maybe I just pushed this a little too much. I grouped it with the shadow when it's supposed to be and then I would ask myself, okay, so it's continue here. Maybe this needs to be a little lighter, right? And check this out. Like when you go out, it's starting to look like a eye socket way more than little bit better. It was a good shape, but there's even better. And I would go, and when I'm painting, I'm adjusting this dark shape that I have there. I am not painting eye, and I don't care even about painting eye, because this is way more important for me, right? So something to take into consideration when you do your adjustments. And there might be there might be a space here, might be a space for you to combine or prioritize. In one brushstroke, I'm prioritizing a structure. That means that precision. And with the second brushstroke that I'm going into it, I'm thinking about design. And then, you know, you can see I'm getting it down, and maybe I should see, I like this a little bit more, so maybe I should push it even harder. You know how easy it is to see that what's going to help even more, maybe. So I'm just going to get just a little bit closer, and I'm going to pick the color. I'm going to go back to my one brush that I use throughout the whole painting. Right, and I would just add a little bit more value here, and maybe like a little desaturated, just a touch, to get a little bit more, maybe a little bit more saturation, maybe slightly smaller brush. Right, and I would go, again, I would go not closer, but further away, to see if it's working better, right? And if it doesn't, okay, I'm just going to, you know, undo that. And this is where I would play with this for a long time, and I would ask myself, like, how far I can go before it's going to be completely ruined as a painting. What is this? Am I in the wrong layer? I'm in the, I was in the eraser. So I'm pushing it a little bit darker, maybe even a little bit. A little bit cooler. And I'm going to go, yeah, it's starting to get a little better. And right now I need to push the eyebrow just a little bit darker. So what I started to explaining with that curvature, right? So just a little bit, but I need a little bit more saturation right here, because this is going to be a darker value. So I'm creating this, but still keeping in mind the direction, right? So it's a little bit on the top, but we have it on underneath as well. So this needs to go a little darker, because this is where that right? Okay, we're shaping it a little bit more, because she was too murky. I don't know how to say that. And then let me adjust it again, because it was maybe too much. Rounded it a little bit, because female eyebrows are not, I don't like when they are like pointy visually, but I'm not saying that that when it comes to painting, because it's really difficult to justify that pointiness. when you're looking for the natural. So I would do the same thing right here to push it a little darker. And right now I'm not painting eyebrows. I'm thinking about I want to put the nose in front of the eye. So I'll just, and then I make it a little lighter and more saturated here, right? So I just get a little bit of something there that I'm missing. And then just the end of the, where the end of the eyebrow would be as it moves around the form. It might be a little, right? And if I want to, I can actually push this a little bit more here. There's like a little plane, but these are really details, and you can spend so much time here, and it's not going to change the fact that, you know, if you have a wrong composition or you my apologies for being a little quiet. I'm trying to paint alongside. You are totally cool. You're absolutely fine. This is already just the finishing touches here before I sign off. Only because, you know, it's already 4, and we didn't paint that much actually. There is so much that I have to work on. I would get more into a nose, mouth, and so on and so forth. Just you know. Just for the sake of that, I would start adjusting a little bit more of that garment that is around her, and I would start thinking about what to do, what the expression I want, or what, you know, what kind of expression I want. Maybe I can push this a little bit more in, so her head is just, you know, going into that direction and disappearing in the background, right? Just to give a suggestion, a continuation. You know, to show you that, oh, this is where maybe the bump should be more in the back right here, right? So I pushed it a little too close to my comfort, right? So these are the little adjustments that I would really get into, and I would love to get into when it comes to details. Maybe just a little bit, you know, I just felt that it was too much. And then maybe nose needs a little highlight. And I'm just quickly throwing these in, right? Because, I mean, it's not necessary, but maybe like a little highlight right here. And the reason why I'm putting the highlight there, because I want to show the peak of the form, the highest point of the form right there in the nose. So I would then control it whether or not it's working. And right now it's not working because I have a, you see, I have maybe I can use a color picker, and I'll show you how to, what I mean. I'm gonna grab this paint and brush, and like I have a light value right here, so I would probably have to get this a little bit more resolved, right? So the highlight is gonna start working because it's another lighter value there. You see, like right now it's just a, right now it doesn't work that much because I push it a little too close. So, I'm going to undo that. Okay, and maybe I could, I don't know if this was this brush or not. Maybe I could hit it with a more saturated pigment. The size of the brush is not right. So I'm just going to saturate it even more, and I'm doing this around yellow right here as a peak of the form, and I'm creating like a little area where the very cool purplish highlight highlight is going to be almost white. And right now when I go away, it's just going to look too much, too bright. But it's okay because I didn't shape it properly, right? So I have to also think about the shape of that highlight, because every highlight has a shape. Whether you believe it or not, if you shape these highlights properly, they're going to be looking awesome. Same goes for highlights in the eyes. I don't like to put highlights that often, but then if you want to really push it, you can't with the highlight. It can go both direction. It can go like this way, or it can go this way. Depends on what you're trying to do. Since I was pushing this diagonal, right, I decided to go that way. Maybe the other way was better way. I don't know. Luckily, with this, you can always try. I just want to correct, show you how would I correct this a little bit more. Where's my brush? Here it is. So I would just right now go and I would shape that highlight a little bit better. And I would think about the nose and where it should be. Maybe it should go a little lower, that highlight. It depends on where I want to peak off that form, right? So maybe I can push this a little darker, a little redder, right? To really separate that nose from that background. And then I have a lighter value here. Maybe this could go a little darker here to create that slow transition, because it's kind of sticking out too much maybe, right? Let's go from a distance. Yeah, this might be a little too much. And just really starting to think about what's about the I want to say I always start thinking about important stuff, but you know, maybe just do a little adjustment here, softening this a little bit more, right? So it has like a kind of a nice transition. It's not as light as the light is light, but it's kind of slow. It just curves, right? Because it's, first of all, it's not that bushy in that corner, if that's a word even. And then it kind of softens with females, because they really, not like me, they deserve to have I don't want to give her, you know, you can give her a unibrow. That's what I was thinking about. The unibrow at this moment would be just too good. This is how crazy things can get very quickly when you are when you are experimenting. Maybe just, you know, adjust the mouth a little bit. You know, get them a little bit more of that natural kind of a curvature here, so it's going back in. And maybe just push the little corner a little bit more, you know, to make it pop a little bit, you know, so it shows that it's closer to us. And I went with the finger there because I wanted to smudge it a little bit. It's just it's too good. And maybe, I mean, I wouldn't do this. I'm just going to suggest it. I wouldn't put the dark nostrils there, because they're going to take too much attention. I'll show you what I mean. I mean, you just start putting a darker nostrils there. So do it lightly and be very gentle with it, right? You don't want to create two dark holes like this. I mean, that would destroy your painting, trust me. I've done that. My teacher came to me and he asked me, dude, what are you doing? And I asked, what do you mean? It's like, why do you do two black holes there? I'm like, well, I'm sorry, I was not thinking it through. So just do it gently. It doesn't need to. We all know that there are nostrils there. You don't need to. You know, you don't need to tell me that. And again, just if you absolutely insist of having them there, just really make them lightly. Or maybe I could try this. I'm referring still back to that violet, because maybe just a little bit of violet there would be would be cool, like the, just to curve the nose a little bit, to show that a little bit of harmonizing it a little bit. All right, and push a little bit here. That might be too much. And I'm going to do undo only because I don't want to waste another 10 minutes to repainting it. Just softening it a little bit. That might be, again, way too much. Let me see. Yeah. So yeah, you can just go forever. Well, I certainly can. So I think this is it for today, guys. Do you have any questions, or should I just sign off, because today was a little bit more explanations of anything else? I don't want to say nostrils. Okay, did I say nostrils? I'm pretty sure that I say nostrils. Just this is your closed caption failing you. So yeah, let me see it from a distance. And this didn't take us that long to create this. It's just for fun. So I don't really fuss about it. But it's a good kind of a exercise before I get into a painting. I wanted to paint men, but I was so tired of painting all these different men faces that I just halfway through, it just naturally felt like the shape and the softness that I start with. And perhaps since I'm talking about this, I just want to correct, maybe this should go a little lighter. Let me just grab this. Just a touch. Yeah. So I'll show the ball underneath that. Yeah. That might be a little too much, but let's see. Yep, I need to soften that. So let's make a little less. That made it more, seriously. Okay, this is what I'm looking at. More saturation right now to make it kind of nice and smooth, so it doesn't break that feeling of young soft face. And shape this a little better. I started with that eye, and that's a problem. When the moment you start adding details, then you have to commit to this, I guess. Get a little bit more of that character, and maybe a little darker that eye. So she has that 1,000 yards stare, or whatever the proper expression is. Yeah. I still feel that this should be a little more in. So let me grab just a color picker so I keep that purple. this is what I need. Let me see if that helped. Yeah. Perhaps, yeah, just a little slightly better shape. And these are really adjustments that it's up to you how far when it comes to painting you want to go, or that not even painting, I should say, how far you want to go when it comes to final. This might be too much. Yeah, I think I pushed it a little too much. I think that there is a little problem with it's just with the symmetry. So I would have to correct it. Or is it? So it should go in. It's going out slightly, and then this could push out right here. And then maybe I could push it here a little bit more. There would be a slightly lighter value here. That's what I'm looking for. Softer transition here. Maybe you can, hit it with a little bit more of a softer transitions, like I said, because since it's female. But if it would be a male, I would probably aim for like a harsher. And then you can really get into this and starting to play with these random shapes. Maybe since we are doing a little bit more like a graphic thing, and I'm looking in for like a something that's going to annoy me to the point that I'm going to be stopped. Okay, this is it. So something like that. I don't know. I'm just inventing something that does not need to be pushed anymore. I just wanted to create a little bit more of that shape right there. So that will be, I guess that will be it. Maybe a little bit more here. Sometimes I can't really stand looking at it unless I fix it. Oops. Brush. I wanted to color picker this and right now brush. That's a mistake. Okay. The corner of the mouth was not properly set, and I want to soften this a little bit more so it's not such a, and then maybe we can do this a little bit. And I'm just right now I'm doing things that are not necessary, it's just for me, my personal satisfaction. Okay, I'm not gonna continue with this because I'm gonna spend way too much time on this. So, like I said, this is not really anything that I would write home about, but it got me started. It gave me something, to play with. We had fun, and I think that's what counts. I really enjoyed this today. Like I said, I was worried. What are we going to do? What's going to happen? How am I going to deal with this? And could be worse. I've seen way worse paintings of mine than this. So kind of okay with this. But I'm not okay. But this is a good start. That I can start then painting on actual. Oh, it's so dark. You guys can't see me. So I'm just not going to. I don't want to continue with this because there would be another couple hours because I will get into details and adjusting things and movings and pushing forward back and forth. So, but you got the idea of how much thought you can put into this, how many layers you can do. But when I say layers, how many adjustments with the brushes can do, and that complexity that you can get into. It was not created by undoing brush strokes, but really pushing into already existing and having fun and going back and forth. There is a plenty of that needs to be adjusted, but like I said, this is something that gets you. At least you have right now something to start measure, to compare, to work with details and starting to pushing. I would right now grab even lighter value, more saturation, and I would start push the cheekbones and the forehead because that's the area where I want you to look, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, it's getting really, really dark. And like I said, I have another private lessons after this. But it was cool today. I really, really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun, and also it was like a good feeling of connecting again with all of you. And we came up with really cool stuff together. I laugh a lot today, and the only thing that I was missing is the actual holding oil paint in my hands. But that's cool. That's all good. Tomorrow is another day, so hopefully I'll be able to stream tomorrow. I cannot promise you that because first of all, it's getting it's a lot of snow outside, and I have to finish projects. Also, some of the projects are outdoors, so it's going to be fun. So let's see. I have some sculptures that I have to work on. So this was really, really cool. I appreciate your input. I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the support. And I can't wait to be here tomorrow again, if possible. And hopefully you're going to join me again. The best way to enjoy this is just to paint alongside with me, as you and most of you do, and that's awesome. So keep up with the good work. You can continue working on this even when it's dark, because it's a digital. So don't stop. Please don't stop. Continue. I want to see your results, and that you can post them and link me. What is it? Well, I can see it. I can see it on X. I also add a Blue Sky right now, so you can check it there as well. You'll post it on Twitter. Okay. I think that there's, for some reason, like I didn't know that there is a Blue Sky, right? So I stumbled accidentally to it, and I was like, "Is this it?" I didn't know for a second. I didn't know if it's X or Blue Sky, because it's exactly the same. I think that to the point that I didn't know like which is which, and then I like, oh, that's a Yeah, it's a new Twitter. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was the first thought. It's like, is it people that get fired from X just just copy pasted it and just and that's it. So there is a yeah, you can find it. You can find me there as well. So let's see. Yeah, so I'll post both things on X and on Blue Sky. So. Okay, you can follow me there. Okay, because I didn't know that there is a something like a Twitter. So, but you know, I'm still going to post things on X as well, and on Blue Sky. You can check me here on Twitter, or if you want to see a library of videos that I did previously, they are on YouTube. So there are options, you know, to continue working if you want to listen some other. Painting some other types of situation that I ran into while painting. So there's a painting discourse. It's a bunch of other cool bed painting Fridays when we have a lot of laughs. So followed, awesome. So you can do that, and yeah, it was cool today. I hope to see you. I hope to see you soon. And as always, please stay cool and stay awesome. And I'll talk to you later. Bye.